Just like in the movies.
Welcome to SuperWonder Legacy. I am Jared. I am here with Britt. What's up, Britt?
Hello, hello.
And today we are comparing SuperWonder to Nightwing and Starfire. And what's up, Cameron? And yes, so today we are tackling that really very complicated topic. And it's another one of those occasions where you have a couple that is actually a couple and female character that's undermined by DC to promote a main status quo. So there's a lot to get into. So let's jump into this. So Britt, start us. Hang on, I'm trying to. Okay, here we go. And okay, start us off, Britt.
All right. So, yeah, as you said, in the ever evolving type landscape of superhero comics, there is the romantic subplot. And sometimes it could be very fun and, dramatic, like a soap opera. And with that comes the love triangles, it comes um, the over the top drama. And it comes with the ship wars too. Um, and with this, I would say that among DC, honestly, Superman and Wonder Woman, whether it is for or against, Nightwing and Starfire, Nightwing and Batgirl, Oracle, Barbara Gordon, and the whole traditional pairings, or you have even the crack ships that people think are canon. It's just
I love how you call them
the
crack ships. That's great.
it's just a wide variety of debates, especially on the hell pit of Twitter.
Well, that's an accurate description of Twitter right there.
Yeah, it's just base Hades playground, if you want to say. So, yeah, so within this, I would say Nightwing and Starfire have a lot in common. Of course, you got to do the research with Superman and Wonder Woman because they are this young, you know, couple that starts off as a mutual instant attraction, and it feels like a fast paced thing. It feels like it's very passionate and, just this, it's effortlessly sexy in a way, and it's some people who think that that is a problem, that they think that it's only just like a lustful thing and they want more of like a conservative thing, something more
Tomasi.
slow. Yeah, or Tom Taylor,
Or Tom
Dan,
King.
Dan Jurgens. The list goes on to writers that are old fogey who think that the girl is supposed to be, like the girl next door who is, she can end up being the wife type in the way of a Stepford wife, or the one that can easily go be baking pies, like in Rebirth, with Lois.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so with that, you have writers who honestly they act like they never had past relationships. Like even if they have gotten married, I'm pretty sure, well, I would think that in middle school starting, or hey, elementary school you have a little crush. Middle school you might have like your first little boyfriend, girlfriend. High school, yeah, high school, you have like your high school sweetheart. Some people get married, some people drift apart and they go to college, they meet, the person that they actually are going to marry or something like that. But you do have relationships and they are significant. No matter if you were together for 6 months or to a year, maybe you were together for 5 years, like in New 52 for Clark and Diana. But a lot, or Nightwing and Starfire that were literally near marriage, or in the middle of their ceremony. But a lot of writers tend to be revisionist history, and they want to dismiss or belittle other relationships to prop up another. And that is, goes especially for the traditional, you know, relationship that they want to shoehorn and force as the one true love type thing. And
Exactly.
I honestly, for me, it's just so unnatural. You want these characters to be human, but yet you don't let them do human things. You know,
Yeah, I know, and that's because DC and in a lot of ways the fans have confused with being human as being relatable. Because here's the thing, that's like the misconception about DC characters is that they're unrelatable and that's why Marvel always outsells them. But I'm like, hey, that's not true. It's because Marvel publishes a sheer crap ton of books. But when it comes to DC, it's like you can still have the gods amongst men like idea, and it's all about, as Britt and I say, and it's what Superman, Wonder Woman represent, balance. Because
right.
you could still have the mythological like power of Superman and Wonder Woman, but you can also have the more grounded approach of Clark and Diana. And yeah, Cameron brings up a good point. This is why I've grown to hate that word. Stop making these characters relatable. Yeah, I know, because when you make them relatable, let me put it this way. As we'll see when we get to the discussion of the Pride issue, when DC tries to make these characters relatable, it either comes off horribly or it turns into a hello fellow kids moment.
Exactly. Exactly. Another thing is how, especially as we, go through this discussion, how Diana and Corey are treated as like when they were first the support system for Clark and Grayson, it's their support is turned into something like innocent, demonized, and villainized. They that they took them out of character or something, or and the only way they could be themselves or be acceptable, are to
Mm-hmm.
only be with Barbara or Lois. And so, but you don't see how this affects Diana and Corey and how they are written, as to be that stepping stool for either it is to make it seem like Clark and Grayson are like the macho men that these powerful women are pining after. But, you know, again, when it started, these men were pursuing them. So how do you rewrite that only because you want them to say, oh, well, these powerful women are playing second to, in a sense, these average basic women, And I just feel like that sort of thing is very playing on insecurity because, oh, I didn't know with doing research that, yeah, that's how writers do when they want to play the fandom shipping war. They would have the obviously the woman that can't compete as the jealous one, but
Yeah.
she will in the end be the one chosen because again she is the average one. She is the one that could be easily turned into the support in the way they see fit. And Corey and Diana, they're just not that way. They are just so um out there as like these free spirits, you know. And like Tomasi complains, saying that it's difficult to have Clark and Diana together or, writing their relationship because Diana demands spotlight. It was like, yeah, what, what did you expect? So when you see how difficult he made it to write Clark and Diana and made their relationship antagonistic, and then you see in DCAMU that he wrote it their off-screen breakup, that it was basically Diana's fault, that oh she didn't let Clark keep that facade going of lying about his identity, and holding himself back. But it was Lois that he felt comfortable with to continue on the lie, you know. And with Corey the same way. That is some certain things that she wanted to move forward with, but Nightwing, Grayson, questioned and stuff.
Yeah.
But we see with Oracle, Batgirl Barbara, that how she's turned now into just a support. She's turned into a supporting character in the Nightwing book. She's not really independent as she
Well,
once was.
she's a supporting character in all of the Bat books, so it's not just like the Nightwing book.
It okay, I would say yeah, but I mean for a while though, like she really didn't have that. She was in the background though. You know, you had more a major story with Bruce, of course. You know, you had a major even Tim really has gone to the background too. And you have Damien, like your main Bat family characters were Bruce, Damien, Grayson, and uh, for a little while it was Jason because he did have Red Hood and the Outlaws. But and with Barbara, it just felt like they didn't know what to do with her with being Oracle or with being Batgirl. And then it's kind of like she had to be justified or something. And most of her story still hinged on will she end up with Grayson?
Yeah.
You know.
Battlegoon says, I always feel like when Dick and Barbara are the same age and they're only in a Batman focused world, that makes sense. But when Dick is in the Titans and DC has large Starfire, it makes more sense. And yeah, that is true to a certain degree. And I understand where you're coming from there. And Battlegoon also says, I feel like Barbara is supporting to the Batverse, but most outside of Batman, to a lesser degree, Nightwing, don't really have their own franchises. Yeah,
Yeah.
that that's part of it. And you're not interrupting. It's all good. But so let's start uh with our favorite couple and talk a little bit about Superman and Wonder Woman.
Okay, so of course, as we have said numerous times, this relationship is basically about these beings who are perceived as, godlike, but they're not. They are the in-betweeners of the God and mortal world. They are very special because they are like are the only ones basically in existence of who they are. You have Diana, born of clay, um, and she's not just a pure Amazon, and she's not a pure goddess. She's a combination of both, and that's what makes her unique. So she's gonna feel that loneliness and that isolation, and of being a standout. And with Clark, he even though he was raised in Smallville, pretending to be just a regular, farm boy, he's an alien, from a planet that no longer exists. He was the first natural born, out from 1,000 years. So that makes him even more unique, and especially with the Moses allegory too. But a lot of people do not like that when we bring those details up, and they want to just look at it at a surface level and pretend that the fans just see them in a very surface level. Um, but what their relationship represents and the themes that it represents is equality of power. And a lot of people that bring up power think of it as the actual special ability, like the heat vision
Mm-hmm.
and and the strength and all of the physical part of it. But no, power is it's more about the emotional, stability and the intellectual understanding, things like that, and being the inspiration. Um, is it's discovering or exploring alienation, in them feeling that understanding, that empathy. You also have love amidst of duty, which was in the Power Couple book, about them how do they basically do a balancing act on being Superman and Wonder Woman and being Clark and Diana? You know, I wish that Sewell could have given Diana the ambassador role, or more like have her a teacher with Hesha. I think that would have gave her a little bit of something more. Um, but shoulda, coulda, woulda. But I think that that just would have kind of gave a soft blow from how Johns was writing her and how Azarello was writing her, because it seemed like she didn't have just that stability. No, she doesn't need the secret identity, but just some type of personal occupation, though, would have given a little bit more. Um, they also have a friendship before the romance. Post crisis, the instant attraction, and then, but it didn't work out thanks to John Byrne. But the way Perez wrote it, which was very sweet, is basically like a slow burn. They um, build that trust and that friendship, that makes them fall in love even deeper. Then you have the longevity and the complications. Of course, might be immortal, so they'll watch, the people that they know pass while they stay young. And then it's a clash of cultures. Diana, she loves her culture as an Amazon, and she also, even with the dysfunction, um, embraces the gods. While Cal, he hides himself. He, not like post crisis where he felt that Krypton was a burden, but he just has this fear, of letting people know who he is. And Diana helps him, kind of accept that and balance things out.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, Battle Goon says, how do Clark and Diana bridge the gap of Clark wanting to be normal and Diana valuing her dreams and specialness? First off, Clark does not want to be normal. That's never been a thing. That maybe post-crisis Superman, but
It's
that's why
definitely
he's the inferior version of Superman. Yes, I said it. But it's more of, because the way I always saw it is that Diana wants Clark to embrace everything he is, be Clark and Kal-El. And the thing about with Diana, yes, she values specialness, and that's part of what she brings to the relationship. But what Clark brings her is the lessons on how to, like, at least temporarily have a life outside of the cape, if you will. It's the idea of, like, there can be lives outside of the Justice League.
exactly. It's like we keep saying, and that's the theme. It's a balancing act. It's not them. It's mostly just about being Clark, Cal, and Diana, just all through. It's not having to compartmentalize their lives in that way. You can just be yourself wholeheartedly, completely, and that's something that New 52 was exploring. That, yeah, you have this whole complicated thing that Superman has, especially in post crisis, when it was like Smallville Clark, Metropolis Clark, Daily Planet Clark, things like that. It's like all this mental gymnastics, and you know, you're not schizophrenic, or just, and he doesn't have to have these different personalities or these acts with people. You know,
Exactly.
if you
Or it's like yeah. Abu brings up the wanting to be normal thing. That's probably from Smallville. It wouldn't surprise me.
right, especially when Tom Welling didn't even want to put on the suit.
Yeah, that was one of the requirements. That was one of the ways he signed on. It's like there's no tights, no suit, and no flying. Well, guess what they later did? All of that. And it's like, that's also the show. People should stop taking that as a representation of DC, because that's also the show where Lois does a striptease. Or like
And
where Lana gets powers. So of course her and Clark have to bang and cause earthquakes.
right. And you also have where this is when Byrne basically was like, if you are an immigrant, you are ungrateful,
Mm-hmm.
and basically you shouldn't celebrate where you come from, your homeland. And he demonized Krypton, and it was like Clark did not care for it, and he felt burdened by it, and he was so hell bent on wanting to just be human. So that's pretty much why he married Lois, to have that normal life, but at the same time, you're using the powers that were gifted to you because of who you are. You wear the S shield, the L crest, you know. So I really don't know how you could use the powers and stuff and wear the crest, but yet you feel burdened by it, or that
Well,
it's a
yeah, exactly. It's like you're wearing the Kryptonian crest. How, like, if you don't want to be Kryptonian, why wear the crest?
right. I mean that, and even in the new movie, it's from some of the things said about it. It was like, okay, we're going down that road again. Hopefully
Oh,
that,
we'll be
like, in a
talking
super,
about that. We'll be talking about that because there's something that,
hopefully,
that they did here that I'm like, oh God, no.
right. I'm hoping that, like, maybe in the sequel, or you know,
If it gets one.
yeah, or I don't know, that this is kind of like a fake out or something. But if you go through that, and this is supposed to be Superman again, he's a Moses allegory. He is supposed to be, when DC feels like it, he represents refugees. He represents
Well,
the
it's also
ultimate
like
individual.
if this is supposed to be respecting Superman, like finally we get a director that respects Superman in the comics. I'm sorry, if this is not a fake out, I will never, I will advocate for Gunn to never be in charge of Superman ever again.
Yeah, something like that. It's just, I am really tired of the fact that Superman is written this way. And especially when other characters are affected by that. And specifically, that is Diana. Because even you have fans question her in a sense of, oh, she calls him Cal, and that's a bad thing. That
Mm-hmm.
she wants to take away his humanity if she calls him by his birth name. He was given that name by his mother. That whole thing is so, it is very disrespectful, to a lot of cultures, to a lot of adoptee um, children, who don't know where they came from, who are longing to know where they came from. And the fact that within in Superman's story, your parents, they didn't abandon you. They didn't, like, send you to another planet to conquer or whatever like that, or anything like that. They weren't villains. Laura and Jor-El were, in a sense, heroes, you know, themselves, and they wanted a better life for their son, and they made that sacrifice and prayed that he would land somewhere safely, and that he would find a safe home. So for writers to in turn disrespect that, I can't get with that. I don't vibe with that at
Exactly.
all.
And by how do Clark and Diana navigate Clark losing his planet while Diana still has her culture? Well, because it's like Diana encourages Clark to embrace the remnants of his culture, like the Fortress of Solitude and being Superman and doing all that. So it's a little different. And Barry Balogun, you're asking such great questions. Really appreciate them. If you show any comics from the Golden Age about how Superman used to act, Superman fans will say that's not canon anymore because it's relevant. Well, and then they'll bring up like, okay, what are some stories that support your thing? Then they'll bring up stuff that's clearly not canon anymore, and I go, where is the consistency? But we all know there is no consistency. Anyway, so then we get to Dick Grayson and Starfire.
Okay, so this pairing, Obviously, if you've watched the Teen Titans 2003 show, that's pretty much where, if you don't, if you've never, read comics, that's where Starfire and Robin, really gain popularity.
And the Titan show.
And well, that was years later.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, the Titan show,
Wasn't that good?
it it was very difficult for them as a pairing because it's kind of like they wanted to pair them together. They were together, but then it was an on and off thing. And especially when they brought Barbara Gordon in as like to start a love triangle and stuff, it just really didn't like they were just very wishy washy, I would say, with the pairing.
Hmm.
Um, but you also have DCAMU where Grayson and Starfire and Corey were a couple, and they were a solid couple. Um, through that, which was good. That was the only remaining couple that was, to root for, even with the Dark Side Apocalypse movie. They that was terrible, but they still showed that even with Grayson, I guess, traumatized and confused, and then Corey basically turned into half a robot, they were still together.
Yeah,
um,
it was very complicated.
yeah, it was awful. But their dynamic, basically, they were very young. He was still Robin. He was trying to break away from being the partner of Batman, the sidekick of Batman, and very passionate. Because Starfire, again, she's very carefree. She's um, a free spirit, and her customs are not like Earth's. So at some point, she has to learn that. And even if she learns it, she's still very like, I'm not going to do it, you know? So that basically goes, they have a back and forth with that. But she really just teaches Nightwing how to just be the man that he's supposed to be the leader, and in a sense, she was still independent, though. She was still a leader herself, regardless of her traumatic um, past, being sold into slavery and everything like that, and backstabbed by her sister. She still had that. Um, she was still, lighthearted and and the free spirit. Now, I don't like how the Teen Titans show and Teen Titans Go made her just kind of like an airhead almost.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
that's and actually the, the that's what kind of what Balgoon is saying here too as well. It's because yeah, because here's the thing. Starfire in no way is the airhead like ditzy girl that she is in that show. That's not her at all.
yeah, I don't really like that because yes, she has to learn of the customs and everything, but it's not that she's just a
It's almost like in that one Wonder Woman run where she had to learn how to pump gas.
yeah, or even in Rucka's year one when Diana like she was basically having a fit because of drinking soda and stuff. It was like, you know what? This is definitely not New 52 Diana because New 52 Diana would love to drink soda and she ate ice cream, and she loved it, the sweetness of ice cream. So soda, I don't think would really have her acting like that, you know. So
Exactly.
So yeah,
And by Cameron says, to be fair, in the 2003 the show, they had to tone down a lot of Starfire's outfit a lot. No, I mean the outfit, toning down the outfit is fine. It's just making her an idiot is another thing. By
right,
Starfire in the comics to me is like a happy, lighthearted but thoughtful woman struggling with repressed trauma and entering a new world. Starfire in 2003 Titans is as an alien valley girl, Ditz Barbie. That is actually a
exactly.
fantastic way of saying it, Battlegoon. Wow.
Yes, definitely. And with their themes, you have the coming of age. Again, Robin is transitioning, or Grayson transitioning from Robin to Nightwing, and with the help of Corey, you have the clash of cultures, just like Clark and Diana, because again, she's free, and even though he's trying to be his own man, he's still reserved and he's still very like has this Batman mentality, and the emotional support of it all, of her suppressed trauma and his drama with Batman, and of course you need some type of support, especially emotionally, from Batman.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to the origins and early development. Now, the first time I really encountered, the first time I encountered these characters was right there in the Teen Titans series by Marv Wolfman and George Perez, and she was created as a male fantasy. Let's be clear. I mean, they even have in my mind, hasn't aged well, idea that she learns languages by kissing.
Yes. Um, I would say that the way Maxima and Starfire um, were created, it was definitely they were. It felt like it was things that they wanted to do, like with Diana, and couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, so you have on one half, Starfire is the very like much more liberated. The Amazons, Diana, she is, in that way, she's very confident in her sensuality and sexuality. We did see in Perez run where Diana prays naked, but she knew not to walk around in public naked in a sense. Um, and she was a social butterfly. She was, that free spirit as well. But she still, and she had to learn English, but she had Julia. And she was written as a student, as basically like a foreign exchange student. Um, and everything she went through, even with Mindy. But on the other hand, you have Maxima, who was definitely kind of like the anti Diana, the princess, but the space princess that wanted to do like the conquering and um, what some want to claim SuperWonder is with the whole eugenics thing and being obsessed with Superman, things like that. But yeah, that was just one note that I kind of noticed that in those times of other female characters being created or so, there were definitely kind of like images of Wonder Woman that writers and um, artists they couldn't do with the original um, and Diana. But with Starfire, she definitely, I think that as with Wonder Woman, her peak was Perez and Wolfman
Oh yeah.
because they actually respected her. Of course, they were respected her because she is their creation, but um, it's it's still the fact that they just like it's kind of like they just wanted women to have a little bit more agency, because yeah, as you said, she is supposed to be a fantasy, but at the same time that at the time kids were still kind of reading these comics too,
Yeah, that's true.
so you wanted to have just a little bit of censoring with the female characters.
Oh boy. Oh, imagine if Starfire debuted in a Black Label book. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, that
You thought the Batwing was something? Oh god.
and yeah, you also have where there is a debate, and I guess that that is something that I kind of should have dove deep into a little bit more. But there's a debate of whether um, Corey is also like inspired by a black woman too, and especially because with her being played by Annie Dio,
Hmm.
and then it's I guess it's just kind of like her design, you know. And I think it was a model. I always forget her name. She's very popular, but yet I still her name doesn't come to me. Um, Naomi Campbell. Yeah. Um, so I don't know for sure if that was the case too, but if so, I mean that it's very difficult to um, kind of, I would say, accept that because of her background, you know, of being in slavery and all of that kind of stuff. And then you want to depict her as a black woman. That's kind of, a little bit too much. But for her to be sexualized too, that's a little bit much, as a stereotype. But I would say that if to be a fan of Starfire, you have to stick with the earlier comics than the present, and especially post crisis. Post crisis was awful for her.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to the romantic development between Dick Grayson and Starfire.
Okay, so with this again, all through New Teen Titans, they it's it started with the kiss
Mhm.
of her learning English from then Robin, and it just you know, started to flourish from there. And of course, them being the founders of the Titans and everything like that. Um, so they, I would say it very much was a cute little thing, very, it was written as that young, um, how old were they within this time? Probably like 18.
Probably, I would imagine
Um,
so.
Yeah, it definitely was that first time, your first serious relationship, you know. Of course, they had you also meet like Blackfire, and Corey is more open and trusting of Grayson about her trauma, and he's helping her through, and she's helping him through it. And then just having that, I didn't find exactly when he like completely made the transformation between Robin and um to Nightwing, but yeah, it was just that feeling of that next level of into adulthood.
By Battlegoon, I can already see the Black Label title Starfire and Burning Passions. Raven in the Beautiful and the Welcoming Darkness. Don't do this, DC, please. Yeah, don't do it. It would be hilarious for the meme, but don't do it.
Yeah, don't please do not give them ideas if they're listening, and they are desperate for ideas too. So
Yeah, I have a good idea that's guaranteed to help improve sales. Kick Tom King off Wonder Woman.
that and bring back Clark and Diana as a couple.
Yep. Oh, that would definitely improve sales. So then we have the major milestones of the couple.
So you have Brother Blood. You have them fighting, of course, with the Titans. Brother Blood, Trigon, Blackfire. And then it's the whole thing with the. It seemed like the team was going back and forth of not trusting each other,
Well, you had the
especially
Judas contract storyline.
yeah, and that was even kind of it was very weird with,
You mean with Slade and Tara?
yeah,
But
that
by the way, they retconned that out or like ignore it real quick.
they did, but apparently in the newer current Titans book, they have Tara back, and like they've referenced Judas contract, and also DC AMU
Well, the
had,
AMU they made it like she came on to Slade, but but he essentially spurned her.
honestly, that's still kind of like they
It's
could
still
have ignored
problematic. Don't
that.
get me wrong.
Exactly. I don't understand, like, James Tucker put that in, but he was so like hell bent on destroying Clark and Diana's relationship. Like, at least those are two consenting adults. Why would you have, Tara try to come on to Slade as a teenager? That's just so like, regardless of if it was rewritten for Slade to reject her or whatever like that, it's still the fact that you even have that, you know, in there, period. If you could rewrite New 52 to be changed into post crisis rebirth, like regurgitated fetus, um, you can you can take out that whole part
Rebirth
from.
as a regurgitated fetus. Oh my god, that's such. That's up there, Britt, with repressed chihuahuas.
Or it could be a stillborn, because
Well,
you
it
know,
certainly ended up being stillborn.
yeah, yeah.
By the way, Britt, fun fact. So remember in Batman Ninja 2 where Nightwing is fighting Jessica and he's in that little disco armor?
Hmm.
That's what that's a reference to.
Yes, which is kind of funny because I like this outfit,
So
especially when they tried to like give him a mohawk or a not a mohawk, but a it kind of looked like Billy Ray Cyrus or something.
mm-hmm.
And I was just like, this is not working. Like, this is very 80s in the worst way possible.
Oh yeah, it's. I feel like he should be going to a disco party. Barry
Yes.
Battlegoon says, I can answer this really. I remember when I read Judas Contract, it said that terror was made as evil as possible to shock the 80s audiences since Kitty in the X-Men was popular and opposite. Why is it that when DC that when one of the comic book companies tries to go like the opposite of what the other is doing, they always go opposite, but very, very, very problematic.
Because, I think that they just want to one up each other in the shock value. And of course, shock value sells. But yeah, it's problematic, and it ages like milk, and it, with the, with the way comic book fans are now, and the hell pit is, I mean, some fans, they take it as what it was, and they just think it's just fictional characters. But nowadays, you just can't have those type of storylines, or you will offend someone. You will have that outrage, and I mean, the fans are ready to go to Burbank and, basically burn down the building or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, we see it now as problematic, but at that time they thought that, oh, this is cool and we can do it because it is fiction. And as I've traumatized you with anime, I mean, honestly, anime is much worse.
Oh
And manga.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Because they do some horrible stuff. And it's very much accepted. We, in the Western quote unquote part, we see it as problematic. We'll fuss about it and everything, but no. Every there's actually a an anime where a woman dies and she comes back to life as an elementary uh, student.
Oh God.
And
I
she
know where
goes,
this is going.
yeah, so she goes back home and she goes back home to her husband and her daughter or kids or whatever. And yeah, they basically have to live in that sort of way. But of course, I like once seeing the trailer, it was like, no, if you're gonna go with that, like the husband is having like weird, you
Battle
know,
Goon. Why anime? Why?
if you're gonna do something like that, I'd suggest not. But
Yeah,
yeah,
but
they
there's a reason why anime rules is a term. It's like, oh, I know she looks like a kid, but she's really the reincarnation of a 5 million-year-old dragon. And I
that's
go,
exact.
what?
That's exactly what they do, Jay. That's exactly. It's very weird, and yeah, they will definitely have the character as old as
Well,
dinosaur
remember
time.
when we did the anime stream, I remember in Nick's face when you guys were explaining to me the concept of the anime student teacher. Watch that stream. It's hilarious. So then we get to this part I didn't know. I did not know they got engaged at one point.
Yeah, I mean, near married too.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, so they got engaged and they were going to marry in uh New Titans 100. Of course, it was going to be like this big, extravagant, like um milestone issue. But of course, as these companies do, they screw up the weddings. So you
So you're telling me they Tom King'd it?
basically, yeah, yeah,
What is it with this company? There's only one marriage they've managed to do, and that's the worst one.
exactly. But the reason why they were able to do that wedding is because it was synergy for the TV show.
And then it ended up actually
Plummeting.
screwing them over. It's kind of funny how that
Exactly.
works.
So Raven ruins their wedding. She's possessed by Trigon. The it basically traumatized them, which, as I said, the parallel to Clark and Diana because their first like date is ruined by Darkseid and it traumatized them to where they really are like their first kiss is really awkward and they decide to just be friends. So with this, Grayson, he basically like calls off the wedding, or they both do, and they say that they're not ready emotionally, which is weird because it's like, okay, um, just because this happens, I would think that you would kind of the trauma would bring you closer together of understanding than breaking you apart. But with this, because of this, it not only ends their marriage or would be marriage, but it also just ends their relationship completely. And again, that goes back to even Clark and Diana that Action Comics 600, it ruins any type of romantic like development for a while.
So what you're telling me is Raven screwed up a wedding. Huh, man. That's so Raven. I've been waiting so long to
Oh,
make that pun. As soon as you start talking about Raven, I'm like, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it.
I walked into that one and that was so good. Like that was gold. Like that
Oh my
was
god.
gold, bestie. That was
I have
gold.
yes, yes. Thank you, Battle Goon. Yes, it was brilliant. You have no idea how hard it is to keep my mind on. Okay, wait for the opportune moment to say that's so Raven. Up there you go.
That was good. I'll give you that.
So then two things happen. Number one, Nightwing actually gets some fashion sense. and they have their post I almost said post crisis their
Well, it
post
is.
breakup relationship.
All right. So this is like their relationship is non-existent, especially in the early 2000s and everything. And it's kind of like they had this on and off flirtation. They did kind of like have those one night stands or, kind of just back and forth thing, but it wasn't serious. And it was always like a fling or like I said, some type of lustful one night stand. And this is when they began to um, force in that Barbara was the one that Grayson really loved.
Yeah, because from what I know, the reason why they brought in his relationship with Barbara, it was for synergy with the cartoon. Because in the Batman the Animated Series, since they de-aged Barbara, which made it infinitely more creepy that Bruce Timm was shipping her with Batman, but that's a discussion for another stream. But it's like that's the reason why they started, because they retconned a lot of their history together. Because from what I remember, and you know what? Actually, I'll change slides in a sec. From what I remember, they had to retcon a lot of Batgirl's history in order to fit in a relationship with Nightwing.
Which is okay, well, as you said, that's later in a couple of minutes. But yeah, you also have where they basically ruined Starfire's character for Grayson. In the New 52, she was overly sexualized. She was just very much, it's implied that she like sleeps with a lot of men, you know? Um,
And I think the first time we see her in that Red Hood and the Outlaws book, she's like coming out of a bikini that she's literally almost coming out of.
right. And I mean, she's practically naked in, I think, almost every
And
issue.
it's implied that she's sleeping with both Arsenal and Red Hood.
Yes. And at the same time, I think she does bring up Grayson. So it's very, very weird. Um, and I think you can see the first panel where she asks Grayson, does he love her? And he straight up says no. I'm just kind of like, these writers, as I said, it's kind of like they've never had a relationship before because your feelings do not turn off like a light switch unless it's like a very bad breakup and like you can't stand that person or something. Then yeah,
Or your
you would
Lois
say
Lane.
yeah. But if it is something that was truly, heartfelt and serious, and it was built on a friendship and everything like that, you can't say just no that you don't love that person. I refuse to believe that. So to make Starfire just this like to humiliate her, for Barbara, it it does rub you the wrong way.
Wait. So let me see if I understand this. So you're telling me that DC takes a superpowered female character that people look up to and downplays her for the benefit of another love interest? It's almost, there's no way there's more than a bunch of examples of that happening. It's not like they do that with Wonder Woman.
Exactly. You know,
Wow. It's you would never have thought that. Barry Battlegoon says the scene with the bikini was clearly for the plot. Oh, I'm sure it was. Starfire had to fire up Arsenal and Red Hood to distract them, or they would leave or be killed by Trigon as foreseen by Raven. Sarcasm. Yeah, that's the way they would justify it. She's like, oh my
right.
gosh, they need to look at me. There's a scene, it's a Marvel scene, but so in the Ultimates book, which is essentially the ultimate version of the Avengers, the Hulk's doing a rampage. And first off, the Ultimate Hulk is horny. Like there's a part where he's like attacking the city, and then he literally at one point drops Hulk, the horniest one there is. So to distract him, Wasp flies up to his face and drops her top.
Wow.
I'm like, mm. All right, written by the same guy that almost want all that proposed as a joke the R word of Wonder Woman. Just want to be clear on that. So that's your time.
No.
Yeah, yes, that's the way it was. And then you know how Wasp dies?
How?
Cannibalism.
Wow.
And the person that eats her goes, tastes like chicken. That's
No.
one day, Britt, I will show you Ultimatum, and that will give you PTSD. You may even leave the show after that. So then we get.
Honestly, no, wait. Honestly, I feel like that every time you tell me something, it's either going to cause me to continue down the path of villainy, or yeah, I'm just gonna be like,
So like
well,
Amazon's attack.
hush.
Yeah, all right. So then we get, speaking of Hush, so then we get to Nightwing and Batgirl. And this is the one that see, here's the thing. Where I align on this. Either one of these two couples is fine with me. It's just DC has obviously given more like development to this one. But here's the thing, Britt. I remember in an early episode you had said that DC kind of has this rule now with the Bat family that they can't be with super powered people because that makes the like
That family seemed
yeah, very inadequate.
right. So yeah, it's. I mean, you don't see even with the world's finest, Batman and Superman team ups. Superman is he rarely goes into Gotham. It's always like set from either in another city entirely. They don't really like make it specific, or it's in Metropolis, you know, um, or it might be off world, something like that. But it's never truly in Gotham, um, and you don't see a lot of Batman's team ups in with the other Justice League members in Gotham. You don't see them in romantic relationships. So yeah, that is the reason why they royally screwed up um, Nightwing and Starfire, because she is superpowered, which don't um, I don't agree with, because if it is a relationship that works, and especially if Night the point of Grayson's development was to get away from Batman's shadow and just Batman's world period and make him an independent character. And with the Titans, he was an independent character. I don't understand why, just because he might be under the Batman editorial, it doesn't mean he has to be just that restricted, that, just any romantic relationship, any type of team up or whatever, it has to be of the Bat family.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, Battle Goon says that this actually reminds me. What do you guys think of how Peter David has said that She-Hulk could be Marvel's Wonder Woman? Yeah, it's true. And Jennifer is a fantastic character that's strong and attractive. Let me put it that way. And she definitely can have that more like motherly role of DC. And we may even do an episode comparing her to Wonder Woman. So be on the lookout for that. But yeah, it's like this is the other thing when like Bruce Timm ships her with Batman, and I go, Bruce would absolutely never ever do that to Nightwing. Like, I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. And I go, it's because back in the day, it's like Barbara used to be like an adult, like an actual like adult, because
Yes,
Batgirl and Batwoman was created just so people wouldn't think Batman's gay. That's why they were created. But it's like when you de-age her for the cartoon and then you ship her, that's when it gets kind of creepy, bro.
well, that's the thing. When Barbara was an adult, she actually was shipped with Bruce in the
Mm-hmm.
correct way when she first debuted. So that's the thing that a lot of fans either they ignore or don't know, that Barbara essentially was Bruce's love interest at first. So it's kind of like Bruce Tim isn't wrong with shipping them. It's just the fact that, yeah, the de aging part is wrong. But the whole thing was the original intent for her to be Bruce's love interest. And to de-age her and strip her of her agency, the fact that she was, you know, she was a very, very successful, to put her with a teenager, it's, you know, I don't get why that's accepted, even by fans, if they know the history, and it's like I said, her agency is taken away like that.
Well, well, s-
Even
so speaking of age being taken away, Cameron brings up a good point. It's like when Gail Simone for the new 52 straight up got rid of Barbara being Oracle, being like a for lack of a better term, crippled, because it's like she wanted her to be Batgirl. But I'm like, yeah, but then you took away, because the thing about Barbara being paralyzed and then still being a superhero and an information broker is that that was a way of empowerment, because in a way she was one of the most important parts of the DC universe. So I'm like, you took that away because of nostalgia.
right, it's all all for her to again ship her with Grayson. Even though in the New 52 she wasn't with Grayson, it was still the fact that eventually that's what she wanted. And she did bring Oracle back in the Convergence mini, but it still felt like, again, that is all Barbara was. It revolved around her relationship with Grayson.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to, and Barry, I think, given Tim's age, you probably loved Yvonne Backer on the '60s and West. That's the other thing. But here's the thing. Again, he probably did. But if you wanted Batgirl and Batman to be a couple, he shouldn't have de-aged Batgirl. That's the
Right.
key there, because it's like it's fine if they were appropriate age. It's just the fact that he tries to force it into literally everything. I'm just like, no.
Yeah, that is the thing. If she remained her age as she originally was, then, no one would have a problem with Bruce and Barbara. Um, but with, I mean, they retconned her whole entire background, backstory, and everything just to fit Grayson to be his love interest. And again, when we talk about these pairings, you know, so many of these fans will defend, the pairing that they loved, and we will too. But they gloss over that the problems of their ship is so far worse than anything they could think of with Super Wonder.
Well,
And
remember, Britt, you and I point out the problems with like the Chris Claremont Superman Wonder Woman book.
right, and yet
Which, by
we
the way,
are
that's your book for next year's April Fool. Just want to tell you that right there.
again my villain path is
It's
just
gonna be really fun to hear you try and say something nice about that book,
I'm going to make up something
because the
like
art sucks and the story sucks. That's the funny part.
that's definitely going to be pulled out the backside. Like I'm very much gonna lie.
Oh yeah, exactly. So then we get to their first interactions.
Okay, so as we've been saying, Barbara first was a grown woman, very successful, but and Grayson had a crush on her. Of course, a teenage crush, but it didn't go anywhere, obviously, because she was a grown woman. That would have been weird. So instead, they did have, which was it could happen back then, but probably not today. They still had them team up, and they had like this imaginary story or whatever where they did kind of fakely, or it may have been just like a bait thing, them get married. And it's mostly because of Grayson, like his teenage infatuation with Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
Um, then after um, Chuck Dixon and Devin Grayson, they really pushed forth to have Barbara after she was de-aged, of course. They really pushed her to be like the support in Nightwing and his love interest. Then you have with the Killing Joke, she is shot, becomes Oracle, and it's they become closer, but you can tell that at that time, that is also when Birds of Prey, came about,
Hmm.
and she had far more independence with Birds of Prey. And it's kind of like even Black Canary. Black Canary became like a
Hmm.
support for Green Arrow, but when she was on her own team, with the Justice League, she became the leader with and Ollie was absent. It was Red Hood that not Red Hood, Red Arrow that took his spot, you know, and you could see, the independence and more of them giving agency, and especially with the Birds of Prey. But in the Nightwing book or anything related to the Bat family just coming together, that is Barbara is the one that puts things together, of course, but at the same time, it feels like she's in the background as just that support, that tech support.
Hmm. Yeah. And it's really did you guys ever do a video on how Tim and the DCAU hurt Dan's reputation? Yes, I did. It's in my comic talk like a thing. I plan on doing another one soon. By the way, fun fact, I got to interview Chuck Dixon a couple years ago.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that he brought up, because I had to ask him about Bane and Batman and Robin the movie, and even he's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, that's not good. But yeah, it's like it's like I see what you're saying there. It's like, yeah. But by the way, speaking of the Black Canary and the Justice League, it would never not be funny when she shows up with a Justice League membership card, and Ollie goes, "Oh, I figure you guys would come to me eventually," and then and then Dinah goes, "We're not here for you. We're here for Roy." I just love I love that moment. It's such a great moment. And again, it's like, and again, think about it that way. Not only was Dinah on the league, she was the leader of the league as voted by everyone else. So yeah. So and then it's like when Barbara was Oracle, she was providing like logistical support, if you will, for Justice League, the Bat family, and the Suicide Squad as well. So I'm like, you take away that cool part of her character that everyone loved just because Gail Simone, you wanted Barbara to be Batgirl again.
Yeah. And I wonder, why these certain writers are still labeled as fan favorites when they do
Oh,
such
trust me, Gail
problematic
Simone
things.
is rapidly losing that title.
Well, yeah, that's true, especially with her X-Men run and everything like that. And people are actually going back to read how problematic um, some of her other stuff has been.
Yeah, when you realize that she only got the job because she wrote a blog that went viral, that's literally the reason why they hired her, and then they had to fire her because she could not get a single book in on time. She threw a stink on social media, so DC had to rehire her.
Awful, just
Imagine
awful.
that. Imagine that. So then you get to proposal and near marriage, just like a near miss. I love the near marriage thing. Oh,
So,
can I take a wild guess? Is this a marriage that doesn't happen?
yeah,
It's DC.
right. So, oh, I think in with Devin Grayson actually, this is it's very weird, but I think they were going to try to have Grayson and Starfire marry again. They were also together um a little bit, but he actually cheats with Barbara the night
Oh
before their wedding,
God.
or before he gives like her the wedding invitation, And I just think that is so like as I said at the beginning, these romances are going to be over the top, over dramatic, and very much like a soap opera, but
Yeah. All right,
in
Britt,
the worst way.
yeah, Britt, explain to me. Um, how many chances does someone get after they cheat?
Zero.
Exactly. And I'm like, what kind of example? This is the thing that blows my mind, Britt. That th- it's like these guys are supposed to be heroes. They're supposed to be paragons. Here's the thing about DC characters: they're supposed to be the paragons of good, if you will. And then and then you make them do this.
Yeah, they are, like I said, they are going to be flawed, you know. And I mean, Grayson and Barbara, they are literally human. You know, they
Mm-hmm.
are all human, but and they are going to do some human things that, you know, kind of make you question yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, yeah, there is a boundary. There is kind of like you are very much crossing the line, and only because, like I said, some of these writers feel like we can't do that in reality. Well, I take that back because sometimes the things that they write in some of these stories, you know, they definitely got that from kind of like a fatal attraction, you know, type thing, because that is the only way that could have happened. And definitely soap operas, you know, but to have a character that, like you said, is supposed to be inspiring or something like that, and they cheat in that sort of manner, yeah, no,
The day before the wedding,
yeah, there,
no.
there's no coming back from that.
th-
Now,
there's like levels to scummy behavior. Cheating the day before the wedding, that's up there.
right, you can have complicated feelings. You can be very, I would say, caught up in a moment. But the way that that was written, it was definitely an intent of Grayson knew what he was doing. And it's kind of like he wanted that last time with Barbara before he got married. And that was just weird. Um,
I just want you one more time.
yes. But there's a difference in com- you're going to have complicated feelings, you know, like with Clark and Diana from with Post Crisis. They were this back and forth thing. They are basically like this one that got away, you know, this what if we, especially with Clark, after a while, writers started writing it as it should have been, that he had regrets, you know, that he was thinking, what if I had, you know, done something better, if it wasn't so rushed, wasn't a rush of us trying to get together, you know, wasn't um it wasn't so much as an infatuation, but at the same time it read like that a little bit, you know, this young, fast-paced infatuation.
Yeah,
And once
exactly.
they and once they like got to know each other, and again that friendship that was kindled by that attraction, it it really um, um, made it more intense, you
Yeah.
know, of that romantic attraction that they had, and that is something that's very real. You know, that is something that people do um, experience, especially if you have like someone that again you had this romantic experience with, and you try to be friends, but there's still this something that's lingering, you know, that works. That's a lot of drama that goes with it, but that works. But this right here, where you have Grayson being very immature, very doggish, you know, and it, like I said, it's very inexcusable.
Exactly. So then you get to the new 52.
So with the new 52, they were not together. As with Starfire, it was kind of like an on and off thing, or a did they have, a relationship? You know, it's like DC didn't know what they wanted to do. So Barbara had her own relationships. I think Grayson had a relationship every other month, a new relationship,
Yeah.
so it was a mess. But by the end, especially during DC, YOU, and like a little bit before that, that is when they started to, you can tell that DC was trying to revert back to the post crisis stuff, you
Fun
know.
fact, the Grayson series that you're talking about, that was one of the books that gave Tom King his start at DC.
Yeah, and it's kind of like, gosh,
I'm like,
what
if only
a
we could go back in time and go,
exactly,
no! It's like I'm
exactly,
Flash and Batman versus Superman.
exactly,
It's Tom King. He's the key. Fear him.
exactly,
That's what it turns into.
exactly.
Uh, ought to be. Hey, what's up? It's good to see you. The respect of characters' basic attitudes and behavior would have saved us from all these tastes. Yeah, exactly. It's because again, a lot of characters. I mean, a lot of writers, some of them are characters, try and like project like what they want in like a woman or like the way they see people onto these characters, and that's where it gets like muddy because I get because it's impossible for a writer to not put some of themselves onto the characters when they write them. That's just part of the writing process. But the problem is when you put so much of yourself that it starts to reflect you and not the character themselves, if that makes sense. That's when it starts to get kind of troublesome.
Exactly. And we are experiencing that basically with Wonder Woman,
More
with
on that
Tom King.
later.
Yeah. And Dan Jurgens, Tomasi, and a lot of these writers, they are very comfortable with admitting that, saying, oh, I have a son or a daughter, or I have kids, I have a wife, that, I, especially with Tomasi, he was saying that the Super Sons, at that time, his son was the same age as Damien. So he felt like, oh, I'm writing this for my son. And, you know, it can be something heartfelt and very inspired, but at the same time, when you can tell that the writer is writing for themselves, it becomes very obnoxious.
Yeah, exactly. In other words, everything Tom King writes. But anyway, so then you get to the regurgitated fetus rebirth. Oh my
So,
gosh, that's the way I'm going to refer to rebirth from now on.
you're welcome. Okay, so with the regurgitated fetus, you have reverting back to post crisis, and they didn't care if it made sense for the characters, they didn't care how underdeveloped it was, they didn't care if with using so many characters as a mouthpiece, or they just wanted it to be the post crisis status quo. So with this, they are very much trying to force Nightwing and Batgirl together, even Batman, um saying that they're married in death metal, or just this, even again, rewriting or retelling the story of how they met even as kids. It's kind of like you have to do all of these backflips to make this story work. And of course, the pro shippers are going to love it. But even as a shipper, it's kind of like, to me, if they had done all of this rewriting and stuff for Clark and Diana, I really wouldn't want it. Like I wouldn't feel the genuine um a, of the story, because you had to rewrite it. You know, I would want them to have a natural flow of being a pairing and coming together.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, Cameron brings up a good point. If Barbara's an adult, then she should not be called Batgirl. Here's the problem: Batwoman's taken. What do you want, Bat
Right.
Lady?
The same thing as Supergirl. I mean, Kara has been, she was like 16 forever, and now that they are trying to make her, I think, 21. Um, but
Well, now that Lois is depowered, they can give her the Superwoman title and
Lana
watch it.
still has the
Watch it
title.
actually sell.
Lana still has the title though.
Hmm. Yeah, revert her back into Oracle, give her a new name. They kind of have done that where she's basically spends most of the time in Oracle because the Batgirl's book, the Batgirl book is Cassandra Cain from when I last checked, but still,
Yeah,
it's like, what do you? Then DC does this non-committal thing where they're like, sometimes she'll be Batgirl, but sometimes she'll be Oracle, and I go,
right.
how
And
about you just
especially
pick one?
right, especially with Tom Taylor, he
Mm-hmm.
wanted them to be like this um duo, Nightwing and Batgirl. She's practically always in the Batgirl in her Batgirl suit. Um, Even he, made snide remarks about using like the little Nightwing character of, trolling Starfire fans. Um, y- um,
Oh, you mean the Batmite character, but for Nightwing?
right.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and you have where she in the Nightwing book and in the Titans book, you could really tell that again they were really trying to force, just this pairing alone, and that her only she only revolved around the the development of Grayson. Even now, I think with the creative team that's on Nightwing now, that was one of the questions. Will Barbara still be in the book, and will their relationship develop more? It never. Some fans never ask about, okay, how is this going to develop the female character? It's always okay. What about their relationship? And I'm just like, yeah, the relationship can be part of it, but ask questions about the female character individually.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to this following label can be described as the entire DC fandom. The double standards.
Yes, which we have gone over a multitude of time, and it seems to be getting worse, really. I mean, the way fans, as I said earlier, so many of these female characters change for the benefit of the male character, but it's never the other way around. Even with Superman changing for like his very outdated supporting cast, it's still that ultimately Lois is still the Superman supporting character, and we see even now how, um, which we'll get into a little bit later, but how the fans reacted, to her not being marketed, not being a poster released until 3 days later, you know, uh, and them arguing of her being the co-lead, but yet no, this is a Superman only, movie, and obviously Lois is not marketable, so she she's not going to get that same type of treatment, and she's not an equal to Superman as they think she is.
Mm-hmm.
Um, But with the double standards, you for Starfire and Batgirl, like I said, you have that they are reduced, to just Nightwing's girlfriends. You have where the fans is only about that of who's better for Nightwing, or even Corey fans. It's like they don't talk about Corey as an individual. It's just when will she be back with Grayson, you know? And then the Bat family period, how And they are mostly like the way they write the Bat Family is very much Tumblr-y. It's kind of like they just take ideas from Tumblr and make it canon, and it's so cringe.
Yeah, exactly. Which, by the way, I love Luffy. Also, I know I'm late, but is Lois dead yet?
Wow.
Oh my, that will never not be funny. Since the Bat Family is truly the best treated, at least under crappy standards of DC, they can easily give Barbara some more fun. Yeah, I know. Oh, also, it's like when they screw up Power Girl, but still call her Power Girl, and I go, with Power Girl, it's even worse because the only thing people talk about with Power Girl are her boobs. Like, guys,
Yeah, the
come
boob
on.
window.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's like, by Luffy says there are plenty of different types of titles, or again, just make her Oracle permanently and just take that away. But still, and then we get to yet. Okay, I really don't like this Batman dialogue where he still loves you. He's with her now. The thing with the alien won't last.
Yeah, that I mean, Batman is best friends with an alien, so the
Yeah.
way to say alien is very derogatory.
That's like that. That's like those people that say, I'm not racist. I have black friends.
Exactly. But this is post-crisis.
Well, yeah.
So the way Superman is already xenophobic, in to his own self and barely wants to acknowledge himself as an alien.
He's self-phobic.
Yeah. The way that is, I mean, that is pretty much why Batman doesn't even have any respect. So, but yeah, the way a lot of the commentary on Starfire during post crisis, very mean spirited, very derogatory, and but fans are okay with it. They argue, but at the same time they still are rooting for these relationships. When I'm kind of like, how can you root for a relationship that has proven, and the thing is, Nightwing and Starfire has had worse, um, drama or whatever than Clark and Diana's relationship. And like I said, how can you say that Clark and Diana's relationship is trash or it's detrimental when they've truly just turned Starfire into like this sex doll, and demonized her for that.
Oh, trust me, I have an entire slide on that because there is one line that's been used to describe Starfire where I'm like, what the hell is this? By the way, Cameron says, but on that on that panel, Bruce would never say that. At best, he would say the thing with the Tamaranian won't last, or like that thing with Starfire or Corey. He knows her name. I'm like, what?
Right. Yeah, but that just shows the bias of the writers and how disrespect um they easily disrespect female characters, and especially when it is like we said, like you said, the powerful foreign female character is intimidating to the male writer, but that is pretty much a self-insertion or whatever of the average, basic powerless woman. And in order for the powerless woman to feel justified for her jealousy or something like that, um or vindicated or something like that, the powerful woman has to lose. The powerful woman has to be humiliated and practically bow down to the powerless woman. And I don't really like that. You should never um put putting female characters against each other for a man is just so, as I said, it's a soap opera thing and they're going to continue to do that, but it's getting real old, and very sexist and misogynistic, and it's just like the male characters aren't even written to be worth it. So why even, do that? But also, it's just the message given to young girls who would read this to see, oh, I can't be powerful. I can't be liberated. I can't, you know, I have to be shameful of who I am if I am labeled as a foreign girl because this um this American girl, is far more accepted than I am. And that's when you have young girls grow up to be insecure, especially when they aren't your more acceptable American.
Yeah, exactly. So then you get to Superman and Wonder Woman. So we're going to talk about more on that because here's the thing. Because one of the things that Britt and I always encounter through the Wonder Woman fandom is they keep saying that like Diana was reduced because she was with Clark. And here's the thing. At no point was she reduced. And I mean that because here's the thing. When you read, because I read like a Superman and Wonder Woman and Superman Wonder Woman, and the thing about it is like they barely. Let me put it this way: in their individual books, they didn't reference the relationship that much. Yes, Clark would show up in like an issue, or Diana would show up in an issue, but it's not like all that. Like, let me put it this way: here's the good the Tom King run has done, Britt. It has shown what truly it's how truly it's like denigrating Diana actually looks like, not what Superman Wonder Woman did.
Exactly. That is my thing. You and that is pretty much our whole argument now is that y'all are so hell bent on demonizing Clark and Diana's relationship, and everything that they project on that relationship is actually happening somewhere else.
Like
Clark is
literally, and it's by his own admission.
Yes, and also it's in Diana's own book. She is being reduced, sidelined, and everything, and written just totally out of character, literally totally out of character, and humiliated and everything for Steve Trevor, who is supposed to be her traditional love interest, and everything like that. But yet you have fans saying, oh, well, he's better still by default than Superman because she'll be reduced. Are you reading her current book?
Yeah, like literally, she is reduced in literally everything. And normally I don't make absolute statements, pun intended, on this show, but literally, absolutely everything she does is motivated by that stupid man. And it's funny how in his desire, because this was part of his his like stated objectives to make people like, well, yeah, and by random brings up a good point. Yeah, Wonder Bat reduces her even more, but don't tell these people that. But it's like when you get to like when you read it, it's like it's funny how in Tom King's effort to make people like Steve Trevor, he has done literally the complete opposite. I have never seen so much sustained Steve Trevor hatred.
Right. You have, I mean, he was never a good character in the
Yeah,
first
but
place.
I've never seen this abject hatred. It's like the two things that he contributed to the Wonder Woman book, which is well, actually three things: the Sovereign, Steve Trevor's like obsession, and Trinity, are the things people hate the most.
Which is kind of funny because Trinity was basically created, yeah, for the Super Sons, but also to kind of like cement Steve as like the one and only true love type thing. Um, and yeah, you pretty much ruined that. And just the way Diana have this obsession, with Steve, even as a dead man, that again, you just ruin her whole character.
Well, yeah, exactly. And by his own admission, ruining characters is what he does best. He literally says this: should Diana just be single, no love interest? Well, here's the thing, Randa. When you look at like Absolute Wonder Woman or the George Perez Wonder Woman, actually post-crisis Wonder Woman in general, that's what she was, and that's why that's held as like, for the most part, a beloved era, particularly the Perez run, because there was no love interest. There was no like, yes, there were love interests that would pop up every now and then. Superman, the lazy ass Trevor Barnes, the misogynist as all hell Tom Tresser. However, it's like Diana was allowed to develop as a character on her own. So when you did try to add in a love interest like Superman or Tresser or something like that, it only added to what was already established. In the King run, he's not doing the work, because even when you read pre-King Wonder Woman, Steve was not even dating her. They were not even in love. And all of a sudden, it's like out of nowhere, he just throws it away like he's he who must not be named.
Yeah, I mean, even Cloonan established that Steve had a girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, King isn't going to
That would require him to actually read.
read.
He has to
Exactly.
read. It seems like she's gonna tell epic stories about Steve for baby. Well, the first issue of the Mouseman arc is her literally telling a story about her first adventure with Steve fighting Mouseman.
Which is so lame. I mean, why? The contradiction and the lack of self-awareness from King, the way he tried to throw, past runs under the bus and criticize them, saying that they only focused on the love interest and villain. And it's kind of like, do you not know that you're doing the exact same thing that
No, he
you tried to
doesn't.
criticize?
No, he rarely does. Somehow he doesn't. But then, speaking of writers, so when you get to the fan, the fan reception of this, yeah, it is polarizing. But among like regular people or people that actually are not held back by nostalgia, it's actually widely accepted. Again, I always say this, that nowadays a lot of people think they're together anyway because it's a natural idea that Clark and Diana would get together. And the way I see it, they could do whatever they want with Lois. Eventually, she's going to die of old age. Diana, chances are, won't. Neither will Clark, as long as that sun is yellow. So I got news for you, people. They're an inevitability. In fact, I'm going to tell you this. In Britt and mine's multiverse, we make it so it's a multiversal constant that they always will get together. By the way, Random Up 4 also says, can Trinity please die already? I would generally throw a party when she does. Trust me, a lot of people would. Likely what will happen. See, here's the interesting thing, Britt, and I thought about this. We could talk about this more later in the episode, but I'll just bring it up now. It's like, so the Trinity book is happening. It's about time travel and stuff. But here's the thing. As soon as King leaves the book, that alternate future he set up is not happening. So when you think about it, because that Trinity is like stuck in, is like inexplicably tied to that alternate future, that gets rid of kid and adult Trinity instantly.
Oh yeah, it's already null and void the fact that John and Damien, their individual stories are they can't be tied to whatever Trinity story is.
Yeah, it's
here.
like who, but it's like that was years in the future. Yeah, but I got news for you. As soon as he leaves, that's done. That as soon as he leaves, I still believe that as soon as he leaves, they will not do anything with Trinity. They will pretend like she never existed. Because guess what happens to any time Tom King creates a character?
They don't come back.
Well, case in point, Britt. So he created the kid of Big Barda and Mr. Miracle, and that's always been like up in the air if it's canon. But he gave them a different kid, Ram V, in the New Gods book.
Right. King gave them a son named Jack, and now they have a daughter named Olivia. So that's pretty funny.
Yeah, so the Trinity thing is gonna happen. I'm convinced. On when he leaves, that's it. That's done. That DC is not gonna do a story where they like legit like address her. They just will not touch her ever.
Right, but also, within the Batman books, he also referenced of Bruce being in the mansion. Wasn't that like, doesn't he have a different like mansion now from
Wait, in whose Batman book?
uh Chip? Didn't he like
Yeah, well, okay. So what happened is that yes, he doesn't live in Wayne Manor anymore. What happens is they I think they like took over a building or something like that, and that's essentially Wayne Manor now.
so that even more
Yeah,
solidifies
well, then again, if you heard Tom King say it, it'd be like, well, it takes place in the future, and they would inevitably go back to the regular mansion and go, you don't know that.
I mean, unless the creative team that takes over Batman now, uh, September, changes it. Yeah,
I got
this
news
still
for
doesn't
you.
work.
Here's the thing. I'm convinced there is a reason why nothing references King's Wonder Woman run. Why it's even more isolated than Azarello was. I
That is
think
true.
that's by design.
That is true. I
Because
mean,
what DC does is that they traditionally do this where they let King tell a story, then they decide what they can salvage.
right. And also, again, it just with you also having the corgis, and he doesn't have um Damien and John, like they are in civilian clothes, but they still look like teenagers or, preteens. When John is like a 20-year-old and he is living on his own, um, and he never references like his boyfriend, Jay, or anything like that. And then Damien, I think Damien is gonna
Or
like kick.
even Dreamer.
Right. Or and Damien is gonna kick the bucket soon. So we don't know if he's going to come back anytime soon or, he's not Robin. And I don't think he even well, I take that back. He does put him in the current Robin outfit, I think.
But here's the thing, though. It's like Jeff Loeb said that he's going to to rectify the Robin problem, and depending on how he does that, it would be hilarious if he like makes it so Damien can never be Robin again because then it's like your whole Wonder Robin BS doesn't happen.
Yeah, honestly, none of this happened. Even Trinity's whole entire existence, it just doesn't make sense within any
It's gonna
context.
be again. I am convinced it won't. We won't see her again. She won't get an animated movie. She won't get another series. She will not get anything whatsoever.
Right. But yeah,
Anyway, back to this.
right. Just this whole thing with the fans, editorial and the writers, it, just that whole thing that even as we said numerous times, the DO has um, admitted to that any type of change that is reverted back to the standard or the status quo, it's always due to laziness. It's always due to getting cold feet to and it's like um they can't like keep up with the expectation. And with Clark and Diana's relationship, it has to exceed expectation. You have to keep thinking of unique original ideas for them. And honestly, their worlds are so easy to um seam together. And it's such a but at the same time, the way as I refer to Tomasi, that they don't know how to balance it out. They don't know how to balance. I mean, even the Justice League book, how boring it is with Wade right now. How and you don't feel any type of natural togetherness with with the team. You know, you haven't really felt that togetherness in a long time, and so many of the characters are placed in the background, and you
Hmm.
risk development. So if they can't even handle the Justice League, and even with Diana, you know, Wade, he said that she was the heart, or one of which, paired with Superman, they were the hearts of the Justice League. They are the co-leads, but yet Diana, she barely
Coranger,
has.
she barely speaks.
Right. And I'm kind of like, okay, so is the co-lead or whatever in the room with us? Like, where is it?
In the room.
Where
Oh,
is it? You know? So if he's having a hard time, and he basically wimped out, you know, because of Chloe's fans, being Chloe's fans, and making him feel bad for Kingdom Come. I mean, that's pretty much why he writes Diana the way he does. It's not that he doesn't know how to write her, because we've seen, you know,
he
that
does.
he does. It's just the fact that it feels like
Or
out of
here's the thing, Britt. It could be more evidence that Kingdom Come is mostly Alex Ross, because we've seen Alex
that
Ross
too.
handle Wonder Woman, and that dude gets her.
Right. So I mean, yeah, that's probably so. But it, it's still the fact that a lot of these writers are so intimidated by Diana, and we can't. It's like we can't get the right balance with them. It's like they have set this standard that some one of the characters, and mostly the female character, is going to suffer some type of underdevelopment, or she is going to be put in the background. She is going to just be the supportive girlfriend. And again, we said that New 52, Diana was not just the supportive girlfriend. She was written, and that was the standard for her to be the equal, and for her to keep her independence and everything like that. That's pretty much why we don't have the relationship now, because they didn't like that. um,
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you have, even with the current Superman book, Lois was to be Superwoman, but she wasn't written as an equal. She was basically written like a sidekick. Honestly, you can put Kara in her position as Superwoman, and the story, well, the romantic aspects, of course, take that out, but you can write Kara in that same position, and it does not change. You know, there was nothing unique with Lois being Superwoman at all. She didn't stand out
Hmm.
truly as an equal. So when and how fast her powers were taken away, you know, from jump, he basically made it very clear that it was going to be temporary. You know, because they want her back as being the in the Daily Planet. Yeah, she's not the damsel in distress that she was, but yet she still needs to be carried. She still can't truly do anything in that capacity of an actual equal. She still needs Superman as a source. She still, um, honestly, we don't see the true importance of the Daily Planet, period. Because if DC is to be in like current times, yes, you get reporters, but we're seeing now more than ever that reporters are just as crooked as any like government official.
Hmm.
And Lois represents that crookedness of the way they glorify and romanticize that, oh, Lois, she'll do anything for a story. Yeah, that means she'll step on anyone. She will hurt, in a sense, people.
Well,
We have never.
remember, she got famous because she was interviewing her husband.
Exactly. You know, she has basically lied and, in a sense, you know, slept her way through getting a story. And it's accurately said because her husband is her story and the source, you know, and she's not being honest at all. So, how are you getting these accolades and acting like you are working so hard? but Superman is providing you with everything, you know. And yeah, one more thing on that. The story from Action Comics, when that was admitted, that was also written by edited by Brittany.
The usual suspect.
Yeah, so
Wade did one of her major villains so dirty, and remember where he had Diana punch Clark in Final Days of Lex Luthor.
right. I mean, if you want drama between Clark and Diana, that is not how you do it.
Exactly. So then you get to, let's talk about those three factors with Nightwing, Starfire.
Okay, so they are, even with all the drama that is so much more, so much more worse, it's still a beloved ship, you know. And the thing is, no matter if they write it to where Grayson and Corey have a one night stand, these fans will still flock to it, you know. And I'm kind of like, no, I would not want Clark and Diana to do that. You know, it just seems so humiliating, you know, and especially when you know that it's going to be in Nightwing's favor, that he basically was written to get what he wants from Starfire and then breaks her heart. You know, we saw that in Wonder Woman 141, where they shared a dream. Clark and Diana shared the dream, but at the end, even though Clark was written to say a part of him wants it to be real, but in reality, he was with Lois. And then you had the follow up in the Superman Giant, and of course Superman editorial. Um, in Clark's mind, it was all about Lois, and it's kind of like, you know what? No, I don't want a story like that where again you have to rely on the whole revisionist thing and belittle what you just written previously, where obviously the male character has these strong feelings and it's kind of like he's leading, you know, her on. And then after those feelings are shown, either the same creative team led by editorial or a different creative team, like, say, Jurgens, would rewrite it and make it seem like, oh, it's Diana pining after Clark, or it's Corey that's pining after Grayson. So with the fans, it's kind of like, you, you need to have standards. You need
Exactly.
to have more respect for these female characters. And just because you get your ship, think about it in the context of how you're getting your ship. It's kind of like, okay, I got my ship, but at what cost? And the cost is the female's agency.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I love Audible. I'm enjoying this expose about Lois. That's the entire channel, my friend. That is the entire channel. So,
Well, yeah, we are actually telling the truth.
yeah, exactly. So then you get to Nightwing and Starfire, where oh, by the way, so I will praise DC for never doing one trope, and that's having Dick sleep with Corey, and Corey goes, "You slept with my sister." Oh, with Blackfire. Yeah, don't tempt them.
Please, like, you're putting ideas and we don't want DC to see this and
Mm-hmm.
like, oh yeah, this is a perfect idea just out of spite, you know?
Oh, there are plenty of ideas that I wish DC would adopt. This isn't one of them.
Exactly.
But anyway,
But they would
Britt,
try.
tell us about how it's relates to Nightwing and Barbara.
Okay, so again, they love the Bat family interactions, especially, you know, when they can tumblerize the Bat family and it's all just together. And what's so funny also is the whole eugenics thing about Clark and Diana's relationship. But when you're cultivating and everything the Bat family and it's just them together, yeah, it's, I mean, that's kind of the same thing that you're arguing and projecting on Clark and Diana's relationship, and for these fans to think, oh, the Bat family has to stick together. Um, but yeah, that just takes away the uniqueness of these characters. Yeah, they can have that family thing, but they are, in a sense, the extension,
Hmm.
and they still have to extend, outside of that. But honestly, as I'm not a fan of Nightwing and Barbara only because with my thinking, it's because a lot of her development for this relationship is that she has to change for Grayson, and
Hmm.
especially her age. As a woman who was older and successful, for her to be reduced in like every accomplishment that she has had is taken away for a ship. No, like I don't agree with that. um, Writers, again, they feel like Bat Family needs to stay with the Bat Family, and it's so much easier. Also, I mean, Gail Simone, she also does this thing where if it's her favorite female character, she will use, she will prop her up, and she will throw another female character under the bus. Um, she always tweets out a list of the female characters that she likes, and you have Dinah, uh, Barbara, Lois, and kind of below that a little bit is Diana. And I'm like, yeah, we can tell that Diana isn't actually your too much of in your top um faves, just the way that if you cared about Diana's character, you wouldn't have tried to push her with Charm Treasure,
Hmm.
and then to know that she wrote the Wonder Woman 2009 uh animated
Hmm.
movie, and she wrote Steve as basically like Tom Treasure as well. It's like how can you fuss and hate on Clark and Diana's relationship that's more respectful, but yet you put Diana with a guy like Tom Treasure? That that double standard is very weird to me. And yeah, just she also wrote the Convergent Nightwing and Oracle Convergence book. And of course, Corey was there and she was written as a mouthpiece.
That's
Um,
the book that keeps on giving, isn't it?
yeah. And editorial is the same way. When they are so focused on one ship instead of using their multiverse and, or just respecting the fans, period, they will um they will bend over backwards to make a relationship work. And honestly, or just like how they did with John, shoehorning him into continuity, even if did mess them up royally, you know, if you have to do all of that, it's not worth it, especially if you don't have the the returns, to balance all that out. But yeah, editorial writers and fans, they are their worst enemies for these characters.
Oh, yeah, they very much are. So then we get to how does Super Wonder compare? Because it's like, explain, Britt.
Okay, so here it's it's kind of like, again, the whole thing is that Clark and Diana's relationship is very much scrutinized for things that is so tedious, and it's not of the ship itself. It's always something outside it. You know, um, the way Diana is treated is only because of Lois. It's like Immortal Beloved. Diana is used as when as the bait and switch, and it's from Clark's perspective. He says that he's written to say, "Oh, I can talk to Diana easily, open up to her because, well, he doesn't actually explain it, but he says that it's different with her,
Hmm.
and he it's obvious that they have this attraction, but yet you have Diana with some dialogue saying Mr. Lane, or you have at the end where they are supposedly trapped for 1,000 years, but he's still knowing that Lois might be, you know, 24 feet under, but he's still like, it's only Lois. And, but at the end of the story, it, Diana is nowhere to be found. There's really no revolution for her, and it's just Clark going to Lois. And it's like, why is Diana even here? That she has to be like this test of his loyalty, but we already know as readers and knowing their history that that doesn't go away, and you're trying to justify just this relationship, and that's been the ongoing thing for for really the downfall in a sense of their relationship. Rebirth, the same thing. Diana used as a mouthpiece, Diana being punished, thrown into a psych ward and stuff like that, and saying that her whole new 52 life of 10 years. So, like, how does that make sense?
It
10
doesn't.
years was a lie and an illusion. So, where was she within 10 years? Was she just like in a padded cell this whole time? Was she walking
Well, let's
around?
not forget, where was Clark and Bruce and Deathstroke?
They were on this island that she imagined.
That is just. Right, Ottaby says, like, when they were trapped in an alternate world for many years, but Clark didn't want to cheat on Lois, making Diana seem desperate. Again, the balls in the guy's court. Well, that's the other thing. It's like, as far as they know, Lois was dead because literally 1,000 years had passed by.
The thing,
So, what?
also, the thing is, yeah, you backed yourself in the corner with this story that it would inevitably end up being a cheating story, even though the characters wouldn't have known that, but the writer did. And it's it's very hard to it's supposed to be complicated. Like I said, you put this in the situation of the soap opera, and they cheat all the time. They do. Um, but these are the characters you don't do that with. And if you, it'll be different if Superman wasn't married, you know, then yeah, by all means, I mean, you're dating around or whatever, you do whatever, like how it was in um, pre-crisis. But post-crisis was a total different beast. And with Immortal Beloved, as I always say about even Rebirth, it's very mean spirited, especially when you're trying to prop up Lois against Diana. You have Lois jealous of Diana at the beginning of the story as well. And she has to be justified by Superman goes to her. In Wonder Woman's own book, um, uh, issue 170, by Phil Jimenez. He has Lois, go around and follow Diana. She's having like this interview with her, and Lois is talking about Diana. She's admiring her in a way, and you see how clearly Diana is the better woman. But at the end, he has Lois um, win over pool. So she's a better pool player than Diana. I mean, okay, you know.
So,
And then, right. And then you have Diana say, "Oh, me and Cal, we had our chance." Even that too. with Diana calling him Cal, Lois is jealous because at that time, when Diana calls him Cal, it feels like she's the one that's closest to him. That she's the one
That's
that
true
is,
though.
yeah, it is true. And that's why now they've reverted it to if she calls him that, she's distant from him and also like she doesn't know him. Or that it's wrong of her to call him that because she's taken away his humanity. So again, they demonize everything positive and the closeness of Clark and Diana, they take it away, try to give it to Lois, or they demonize it. Um, so Diana basically is a mouthpiece and says, you know, Cal and I was stuck in 1,000 years bringing up the immortal beloved story, and that he would have died, with your name, saying your name last. And I'm kind of like, you know what? This is a big picture of Sugar Honey Iced Tea because even in Diana's own book, you have to prop up Lois at the end just to it's you have to justify her. And again, Diana is always written as the better woman. She's written as the one that just is living life while Lois doesn't have a life. She's always competitive. And we see Lois doesn't have other female friends, as characters. She is she isn't a girl's girl, you know. Um and now it's now to a point where even Superman, he can't really team up with other female characters.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Because otherwise, Lois. Maybe that's a sign if having Clark team up with other female characters and make Lois seem inadequate. Maybe that's telling you something. Anyway, so then, but DC is just terrified of what or who the character of Wonder Woman stands for and is completely capable of, like real women's capability. Yeah, I know that is very true. By the
Exactly.
way, oh, Barry, makes a really good point. Are you ready? Thank you. The goddess of truth locked in a mental institution because she can't handle the truth. Isn't that funny?
Wow.
Written by Greg Rucka.
Yeah.
No,
And
yeah.
even the lasso,
Mm-hmm.
and even though she had the lasso of truth on her hip the whole time, apparently it wasn't working for the last 10 years either.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. And then NJ says recently they make her say Clark instead of Cal. Sally. I mean, she normally vacillates between the two. Also, they are doing their best to keep them separated by not having Diana visit him when he was injured in the recent limit. That's the other thing. She didn't. Well, then again, Diana's busy mourning over Steve. So you really think she cares about Clark anyway? So the the thing is with this again, so continuing with the double standard, it's like th- th- what writers, certain writers whose name starts with a T, and certain other fans have to get that. Yeah, drama's okay, but it has to be organic drama. It can't be this BS forced drama because you don't know how to write.
Right. I mean, Tomasi saying no conflict, no drama, no story. But yet the way he wrote the conflict, it was very contrived. I mean, he rewrote Clark and Diana's first meeting to make it antagonistic. The way he wrote it, I honestly don't know how those two would fall in love and become a couple the way he wrote them, you know. Um, and honestly, that should have been a red flag to Super Wonder fans that he was going to be the wrecking ball to their relationship. But the book was a bestseller. We thought that, oh, you know, maybe it was just to put in the drama and it'll get better. But yeah, no, it never got better.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
and but with other fans with other ships, it's kind of like I think the reason why these fans are also more acceptable to these relationships is because at least like DC would throw them like at least a half a bone, But with Clark and Diana, you can definitely tell. the purposefulness of DC trying to keep them apart, and how if they are even on the same page, you know, fans, detractors will throw a hissy fit. And these writers are so scared of a bunch of miserable repressed chihuahuas on hiding behind computer screens, that they would rather ruin a friendship that's been for decades, a potential romance that obviously can sell, and things like that, just because of that, you know.
And
Um,
by the way, before people are freaking out about this image, this is not like the women Dick Grayson has slept with. Although, yes, he has slept with Selena Kyle.
oh, jeez.
It was the 90s.
It was, I think this was from when they were recruiting for the Birds of Prey.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, when Barbara saw Starfire Corey as an option, she was like, no, she doesn't want her because she was Grayson's ex. And I'm kind of like, with showing, and there was a lot of in post credits, there was a lot of times where they wrote Barbara like Lois and very jealous for no reason towards Corey, and just like Lois was towards Diana.
Well, that's petty, but yet we are involved. Yeah, I love Cameron. No, but yeah, exactly. That's the problem there. But then we get to the similarities between Wonder Woman and Starfire.
Okay, which they have a lot of similarities. I mean, as I said earlier, it feels like Corey was definitely created in the image of Diana, but to be obviously much, much younger and much more liberated and free. That no, Wonder Woman, she can't be, so freely to have barely anything on. And I mean, she has the bodysuit, but at the same time, she's still vastly covered, unlike Corey, sometimes. And they use like Corey's big hair, to cover her up, but it's kind of like 50% of the time, Corey would be, unclothed. So, it felt like I said, they wanted that for Diana and created a character that they can't do that with. Um, but I'm very surprised that they never gave Corey and Diana like a true team up, knowing that they do have such similarities. I know that Donna is Corey's best friend, but Diana should be in the mix as well. So with this, Corey and Diana, they are both fish out of water, and they have the history with the Amazons, and Tamaran or Corey dealing with being sold by her sister to be, a slave, and the abuse and everything, and dealing with violence, and then coming to man's world and see this world is just the same. But in they are trying to change it in a way, and trying to make things more peaceful, trying to make things more, not so much as a utopia, but just happier. And then you have them, they have different values. They have obviously different languages. Diana doesn't go around kissing people to learn the languages, but she, like I said earlier, she was a student and learned a lot from Julia. And but they are embracing their culture. And then Diana, of course, she is from a matriarchal world of the Amazons. Um, Corey is from Tamaran. They had male Tamaranians, but again, it's their world was still very. It seemed very open and liberated, and that's why she is so. so happy as she is, despite everything that she went through.
Yeah, exactly. So, but did you hear that the DC Dark Legion app put Starfire on their Pride image?
Yes, I saw that.
The thing is, it's like they're taking, if they're going off of the comics, they're taking literally one panel that basically talks about how like her people loved like a lot. Which, here's the thing though, based upon how promiscuous she was, even in the Perez run, I'm like, okay, I can kind of see where you're coming from. But it's also an app game, and again, Corey, they've never hinted at this in the comics.
The thing is, I liberation and everything like that, and being free, um, that can be representation,
Hmm?
and you can feel that being something resonated with. So, I mean, it works with her.
Yeah,
Um,
with me, I've always been like of the opinion that a character doesn't have to look and or sleep with the same people as you in order for you to feel represented by them. Uh,
yeah, it
at least in my opinion, because here's the thing: it's like I identified a lot with Jon Stewart. Britt, I'm a white guy.
right. I think what it is it doesn't really, I mean, that is the point of these characters. It doesn't matter your age, your race, ethnicity, your orientation, or, background, anything like that. These characters are supposed to resonate somehow. And with Corey, like I said, despite all of her trauma, she is still so happy, and she, like I said, she's liberated. She's very confident in her sexuality and sensuality. And I think that that is why she was on the Pride representation. Because even if she isn't in the comics as, you know, um, a part of the LGBTQ community in that sense, uh, as far as comics we know, it's still the fact that she is an ally, in that
Yeah,
sort of category.
now, to be clear, I'm not against like her being that being a member of that community, and because I don't have that many problems with it as I do with like Diana, but it's like it was like all of a sudden I'm like, okay, why?
I mean, even Diana, they the only problem that we have is kind of like you are you respect the Amazons as, a matriarchal society, and they are very much a representation of the LGBTQ, like straight up. Um, but when you like with Diana, because there are fans who kind of want to erase her being bisexual, or the label of her or having that, and or even her being labeled as pansexual. And
Which
you
the
have,
pansexual thing again, it's like they're misinterpreting the fact that she loves everyone.
yeah, even if so, I'm just saying, if you want to have that for her, because she does love everyone. So if a
Hmm.
fans want to interpret that as meaning she it doesn't matter who she falls in love with. Um, it's the way that some fans just think that, oh, you know, all the Amazons and Paradise Island is lesbian island. And I feel like that is so disrespectful and derogatory and
That's one
belittling
of the things I
that
said
culture.
because it's like if Aphrodite created the island or at least had a hand in creating the island, do you really think she would limit love?
No, she wouldn't. Is it is I For me, I always see the island as multicultural
Hmm.
and vast representation of all, you know, sexualities,
Hmm.
orientations,
Yeah.
you know, and I mean, that is why Diana loves everyone, and that is why she accepts everyone, except for, of course, pedos. She would
Hmm.
never. No, 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 no. I gotta make that clear, because no, that doesn't mean pedo. No, no, no.
Hmm.
What I'm saying is just everyone that is acceptable, and we should have common sense to know what I'm talking about. But you are to be free to love anyone that you please, that you fall in love with. That is of age. I have to keep, making this clear. Um, and you are to be free to express yourself, how what makes you comfortable and what makes you happy with who you are. That is who Diana is. Her love and who she is isn't defined by her orientation or her sexuality. It isn't defined by who she is with. Period. So yeah, any fans who, oh, she'll be better written if she's with a woman or something like that, or if she had a female uh,
All of her
writer.
problems as a character would be solved. And I go, no.
No, because she has a female editor, and look at her book now. She has had female writers, and one writer that was supposedly a fan favorite gave her a misogynistic, sexist boyfriend, and then another. I mean, okay, so I'm not going to put too much on Meredith Finch because it was more editorial, driven, but the way she wrote Diana still it wasn't up to par, you
Hmm.
know. So, but she is an example of a female writer for Diana. And in Cloonan, she was okay. Um,
Well, Britt, let's not forget that if you're saying that no man should ever write Diana, you're forgetting about the Perez run, the Rucker run,
and
a lot of the runs that you guys enjoy.
right, I was just about to get to that. And yeah, Diana has some male writers that, of course, should stay away from her. Tomasi, King, Taylor, um, uh, Jeff Johns, you know. Um, but also she's had fantastic male writers who loves her, which is Perez. I'm on the fence about Rucka. I'm sorry, but when
No,
you
but
lose
my
that,
point is, it's like a writer that they enjoy, but yet they
right?
still say only women should write Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that whole double standard or whatever is very wishy washy, you know. And as far as the love interest, if she, I, I just don't understand how you can be hell bent on criticizing her with a man, but at the same time, you are advocating her to be with a murdering furry
Hmm.
that hates her. You know, the history of Minerva is that she's manipulative and she hates Diana. Like, they were never truly friends or anything like that. It has never been anything romantic with them. So, I mean, if anything, they're just like headcanon and tumblrizing this relationship. And you basically want Diana to have her own type, like, Batcat situation, but that doesn't work. You know, Diana isn't furry. um, so if you want to have her with a, a female character, I mean that can be just as boring as her with a male character. So it can go either way. It all comes down to the writing and respecting Diana first.
Yeah, exactly. So then we get to some more comparisons of Wonder Woman Starfire, like the fact that, particularly in the Perez run, it's like Wonder Woman was like, I mean, the Amazons were very involved in like slavery, if you will, and Starfire was sold in. So they have like, particularly in like post crisis, that common bond of mutual trauma, if you will.
Right. Even though Diana, she didn't go through it, it was just that she knows about
Mhm.
it, you know. And so with coming to man's world and you're trying to change the world, and they also come uh with Corey and Diana, their whole thing is about peace, you know, and they are still warriors of peace. Um and you see in the second page, which I was like, wow, that pretty much is written like Diana would. She was being not so much argumentative, but trying to explain to Grayson how she, you know, what her fight was, you know, and what she was trying to achieve. And it seemed like Grayson was written to be a little bit like against her in a way, or
Well, he was
just
raised by Batman.
right. Yeah. So he does have a little bit of the whole traumatized man child thing within him. And honestly, that reminds you of how Clark is written sometimes. He is written as like this crybaby man child that needs to be coddled.
Well, wasn't
And
there a storyline in Post Crisis when Clark was like, "Did you sleep with someone?"
for Diana, oh, the 18th letter,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, he was jealous. And this was written to, again, destroy Clark and Diana's relationship, for Diana to end up closer to Batman. So, because of Clark's jealousy, um, they and Diana felt like he broke her trust because she was being blackmailed into sleeping with a guy. She didn't, I guess she was kind of falling for the guy or something, but she didn't just go um serious with him. I'll have to read that back. But she just knew what she was doing with this situation. And he saw her hugged up on him and he got jealous. So he was all pouty and stuff, and Diana, you know, crying and having this moment, and that ruined their, not only just their, like, if it was implied of a romantic like underlining with them, but also just their friendship, because their trust is broken. And Clark, like, feeling that, you know, he couldn't look at Diana the same, and Diana feels like he didn't trust her enough, and looked at her as that she would be basically that easy. Um, and then you have Sacrifice as well, that was written by Rucka to, it was to divide the Trinity, but at the end, Rucka wanted it to be where Diana went to Bruce and apologized. And I'm like, what the hell is she apologizing to him for? But she's apologizing, and they are, you know, fixing their friendship while she's still on the outs with Cal. And again, this is another writer who wants Diana to be closer to Bruce than Clark. So, yeah, every antagonistic type writing for Clark and Diana is always this thing of wanting to break their friendship.
Exactly. So then we get to, again, going to the parallel of like Diana's people being enslaved, and Starfire herself being sold into slavery and experimented on and stuff. But it is very empowering how both characters, that is because even Diana's encountered trauma in her own way, and they still come out being these very smiling and happy characters.
Right. They aren't being defined by the trauma. They are basically trying to help. You know, they understand the trauma, they understand, you know, partially of that of the feeling, and they just want to make things better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And that's always like that's the inspiring thing. That's how you make these characters relatable. You have them rise above trauma. Like, granted, let me put it this way: chances are we're not going to be enslaved by an alien race, but we could encounter great trauma in our lives and rise above that. Hence, this is how you take DC characters, not denigrate them like and make them Marvel characters, and then still make them, what's that word? Oh yes, relatable. This is the way to do it.
Right.
I need that clip from Zoolander. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with these people. And by Ada B says, well said. Diana and Clark grew up and walk in two vastly different minds. She's hundreds of years more. Well, not anymore because they ended the she is immortal part, which I'm happy about because that was kind of stupid that they did this in the. Let me put it this way: it worked for the movie, but it doesn't work for the comics.
Right. Diana has never been thousands old as dirt, you know, older than Clark and Bruce. She has always been younger.
Mm-hmm.
It, it is only because of the movies that she was old as dirt. And of course, Synergy and Rebirth. Um, Even in Rebirth, she was supposed to be 28 years old, which lines up with the fact that from 5 years she was with Cal, the new 52 Cal. And then with the movie Synergy, I think in Wonder Woman 750, it was Scott Snyder who wrote a Golden Age Wonder Woman story, and it essentially had her as a Golden Age character. And she was to be that old. And so they started writing her like that, where she debuted in World War II, and but it didn't really make sense because you have Steve in present day. So yeah, that whole thing didn't make sense, and they started to silently drop it. You had it referenced in, like the out of continuity books, but main continuity, they never really um emphasized on her being that old.
There were like a few books where like they had like someone from World War II encountered Wonder Woman, and then like she was in a retirement home or something like that, and then Wonder Woman came to visit her. But the way to always explain that, and this is what I thought that they would do it, is like she would be like at a museum, see a statue of Wonder Woman in World War II, and then go, oh, they always confuse my mother and I. Although
Which
I will never let anyone live it down. The fact that literally they announced this the week after I
right,
published my video saying that, oh yeah, she shouldn't be immortal. It should be Hippolyta being World War II Diana. I mean Wonder
yes,
Woman.
right. That was very I would say that you manifested that, at the right time.
Tom King leaves Wonder Woman. 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 John Byrne is never referenced again. John Byrne is never referenced again. Trinity dies in a horrible accident. Trinity dies in a horrible accident.
I
I,
mean,
I
ask
had
and you
to.
shall receive.
Yes, thank you. I'm like, please give me mind powers, Lord. Please let me do this.
That is funny.
Yeah, I know. So then we get to, yeah, and the romantic histories were reduced. This was really this is the panel that I'm always like, oh God. Well, speaking of, and I gave this an entire slide later for the over sexualization, but I'm like, this is shameless, guys. Come on.
Yeah, that they really, like I said, you can be a character that is liberated who represents that freedom and confidence. But the way, again, uh, Corey was written, she was just that fleeing, that lust factor, that, um, and it it really dismissed that emotional, deep tether that they had. Um, and with Diana, it's the same thing. That I mean, James Tucker, everyone, detractors want to bring up, even Alan Moore's For the Man Who Has Everything, that kind of where Clark and Diana kiss, and uh, Clark asks, why don't they do that often? And Diana says, it's predictable. Well, first of all, that is a Silver Age story. So why are you taking a Silver Age story serious? And
Also,
second,
I just realized another thing. This panel is a character assassination on Corey because so Barbara shows up. Corey opens the door. Barbara says, "Oh, I'm Barbara. I'm a friend of Dick's." And then Starfire says, "Oh, it's nice to finally meet you. He speaks very highly of you." She leaves. The Nightwing goes, "Corey, who was that?" And she says, "Wrong address. You couldn't
yeah,
say, oh, where's your friend Barbara?"
yeah, they. I mean, that is pretty much where they wanted to throw in the drama, where it wasn't necessary, and it was very awkward. So they wanted to continue on with the awkwardness, you know. But yeah, with Clark and Diana, you you have them um in in Action Comics 600, and how James Tucker wanted to do it in DC AMU. Basically, they've been dating for months, or it might have been even years, whatever timeline DC AMU was. And just out of nowhere, he wanted to adapt Action Comics 600. And I'm like, how are you going to do that? Because it's not like they have met for the first time and, just now getting to know each other, or, and it's a rush of that first kiss and stuff like that. They have actually developed a deep relationship. But yeah, he wanted to retcon the past movies just to get rid of the relationship for the traditional ones that were underdeveloped. Um, and then you have Tomasi basically come and break them up off screen, and you say, "Oh, it was a nice relationship, but out of out of it being Diana's fault, she didn't want to continue on with the masquerade, which Diana would never call the secret identity a masquerade. So those little out of character things, like I said, to make Clark and Diana antagonistic towards each other is why a lot of detractors, have a hard time accepting the relationship. It's like if you read the relationship as it's supposed to be and understand the history of the characters together, and also know the certain writers that, okay, if this writer writes the relationship, yeah, it's going to be a big picture of Sugar Hunt Iced Tea. Tomasi made their book antagonistic. Um, Rucka, he does not like their friendship, so he's going to write them in a very antagonistic or distant type manner. Um, Maybe even have Diana very sarcastic and stuff. Um, Tom King doesn't know what he's doing, but his the way he wrote them in issue 7, it just felt so empty and just void of any type of true
Oh, come
emotional
on, Britt.
investment.
He was trying to do a deep dive.
A what?
He was doing a deep dive.
In a bottle cap?
Again, I always repeat what my friend Max has said. Tom King writes for stupid people who want to think they are smart because they're like, "Oh, it's so deep, you just don't get it."
Definitely. I mean, definitely, because that his writing is not poetic. It's not masterful at all. It's You can poke holes in it, and it's definitely going to come out like bigger holes than Swiss cheese for
It's gonna be
sure.
like a Marine Corps seeing a target on a wall. They're just gonna light that thing up.
Exactly. And as you just pointed out, with Starfire and Barbara, it was just this very tedious type thing. And as we see, this is the perfect image that Barbara, of course, she's, going to be fully clothed, but just that imagery though, that Barbara is fully clothed, and then you have um, Corey that's half clothed. and she has on Grayson's, obviously, his jacket. So that is what the image that, these fans and writers have for Corey, is that she is just Grayson's, like, sexy ex-girlfriend, or maybe just a girlfriend, or just a fling, for the moment, until he finally gets with his one true love, is Barbara. And I really don't like that, because she still helped him develop, and developed with him through Perez and Wolfman's era. So how can you continue on to reference that era, but you pick and choose what you want to reference?
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, this is why I'm like, see, this is why I'm neutral on this one, because it's like, both have been done well. Let me be clear. There are good portrayals of Nightfire, and there's also good portrayals of Nightwing Barbara. I'm not saying Dick Babs. Yes, that is the Twitter name for this. And I refuse to say that because it just sounds dirty. But I'm like, that's your ship name? But anyway, it's like, there have been good portrayals of both couples, is what I mean. So I'm like, yeah. But then, speaking of being used as mouthpieces, we all know how Diana's constantly used as a mouthpiece to prop up Lois. Next week's episode of the show, when we talk about the DCAMU, you better believe we're going to be talking about that.
Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to
Oh,
you're
you
gonna
will
have
be
to
beeping
probably,
out a storm, my friend.
yeah, I think the whole entire
What'll happen
show.
is I'll edit it, so I'll talk, and then every time it's your turn to talk, it'll just be beep.
Exactly, exactly.
But anyway, this was the first part that made me start to not like Lois, because when you start off, in my mind, if you have to denigrate other characters, and they do denigrate other characters to prop up Lois, if you have to denigrate other characters to prop up another character, that character you're propping up is probably a crappy character.
Right. And with these panels, you have on the top left, you have written by Christopher Priest, of
Oh,
course.
Cameron, we're gonna hear a lot of sugar honey iced tea.
Yes.
I love, Britt, how that has become a thing on this channel. Thank you so much.
Like I said, I'm trying to think of ways to keep this PG-13.
Yeah, trying to curse without cursing is fun.
It is, it is. But you see in that panel, Diana, first, Lois is so desperate. She needs help, and she wants Diana's lasso to get, basically force the truth out of a traumatized Clark. So Diana meets her and she says, "How can I help you?" And Lois just outright says, in the panel, "To be honest, I never liked you." Is possibly the bathing suit. And Diana already knows why she would say that. And she was like, "Oh, Lois, Clark and I never," and it's like, if this is um well, it's out of continuity, but still,
By the
regardless,
way, can I say, before I read the dialogue, I thought that was Lois.
real well, you know, artists do tend to, especially like Jim Lee with
Mm-hmm.
For Tomorrow, a lot of people thought that that was Diana, and the way he drew Lois was
Yeah,
definitely.
that's the funny part. When she's covered by his cape, all you have to do to turn that into Diana is just draw the cuffs on her. That's it.
Yeah, and then you have her in a Grecian dress.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like, yeah, Lee, we know you were definitely thinking of Diana, to have her
It
in a
would
Grecian
only
dress.
take you years to actually write that, but beyond that.
Right. So, you honestly, even in the recent Justice League versus Godzilla or whatever, the first issue of part two. So they are like at Barry and Iris's wedding.
Mm-hmm.
Lois has her hair like, she's it's kind of like she's drawn to look like Diana, because she has her hair in a bun, and kind of like side parts or whatever. And but in later panels, her hair is cut like short in a bob. So I'm kind of like, how did she go from the long hair and tied in a bun and looks like exactly like Diana to the short bob hairstyle?
Mhm.
And the way they drew that, the way the artist drew Diana, she looks, well, obviously she's gonna look like Donna, but she looks like that will be something that Donna wears. So I wouldn't be surprised if like the artist either thought he was supposed to draw Diana or that was to be Diana and they switched it to Lois. Because honestly, why is Lois in this book in the first place? But they have to shoehorn her in any way they can. Um, and so you see in the last panel on the right, this is from Immortal Beloved, and Lois is in the mirror and she's looking at herself and she's talking about, you know, trying to mock Diana, saying, "Hi, I'm an Amazonian princess. Mind if I borrow your husband? I need someone to polish my tiara." And it's kind of like Diana never talks like that. She's not some snooty princess or anything anything like that. So for Lois to try to mock her, that's pure jealousy. And then for her to say that she wonders if they have like a bustier in mortal size, um, and talks about the lasso, it's like this is what you think, you know, this isn't empowerment, for Lois, for her to talk bad about Diana, and especially if Diana has never given her a reason to hate her or be jealous of her, and the way writers just automatically do it. Even in alternate, um, out of continuity books where Lois was having an interview with Diana and she talked about Clark and she talked about Diana very antagonistic type way. But at the end of every issue, it's always Diana trying to prop up Lois. Like in that out of continuity book, Diana calls her like she's a wonder or like she's a Wonder Woman of her own or something like that. And I'm going like, no, don't do that. Because at the beginning of the story, Lois was she was, she would never say that about Diana. So like don't use Diana as a way to like glorify Lois, like not showing sisterhood or any type of solidarity as a woman. I just don't understand why some female fans like glorify Lois and she never shows any type of female unity.
Self-insertion.
Well, yeah, so a lot of these fans are insecure and just like Lois. Yeah, that's true.
Well, exactly. So then we get to Starfire here, and it's like, see again. I'm gonna say this: as much as I love the new 52, she is one of the characters they royally screwed up with the. They went really crazy in terms of the sexualization, and then and again, it's like when you get to the Teen Titans cartoon show, she is like we said before, she's made to be. They essentially, here's the thing, because I'm sure she was like that when she first came to the like Earth, but you're telling me she never grew up and never like never like got her bearings. It's like if they took Diana's fish out of water moments and then just made that all her character is forever.
Well, I mean, you do have Tom King doing that, so
Oh yeah, because she needs Steve in order to be connected to Man's World.
right. Another thing with Diana, as you saw in the very last panel, on the left, that is from Wonder Woman 141,
Mm-hmm.
and this is where they had the shared dream. It's shared, meaning Cal had the same thoughts and feelings as Diana in order to have this dream. And of course, at the end, it's always he he's written to say that a part of him wants it to be real and everything like that, and that he obviously he does care for her and in that way, but it's still trying to belittle it and say that, oh, but he's in love with someone else. And obviously that someone else is Lois, and he's married to her at this time. So yeah, the marriage really limited a lot of the storytelling, and it's kind of like every so often it's very unnecessary, but these writers will put Clark and Diana in a situation that either borders cheating or um, some type of bait and switch to ultimately say, well, he's married, so he can't be with her. And again, Diana is written um, at the end like a rewrite in a sense to say that she was the one pining after him. So that is the same thing that happens to Corey is that she their their relationship was built on a friendship, and it was built on, you know, them going through a lot together. But for some reason to try to justify, these in game. They want to make these traditional relationships or something that they're very comfortable with. You know, they try to justify it with ruining any type of other potential or other option, even in you know out of continuity books like the Elseworlds. They have to, for some reason, and I really do think because Clark and Diana's relationship, like really got a big boost in Elseworlds, that even there it's kind of like they don't want to have it. They would rather keep Clark with Lois. So, but I would say that they have given Grayson and Corey fans a bone in out of continuity books, but it's still very rare.
Yeah, I think there was a storyline. It's called Nightwing New World Order, where basically the superheroes screw up, people die, and Nightwing takes over as like it's basically Nightwing's version of Injustice. And I think he has a kid with Corey in that storyline, if I remember correctly.
Right. Yes, he does. Even in the Kingdom Come, the story, Grayson and Corey has a daughter, um, Mari, and she she becomes the weird thing about that though is that she has a romantic relationship with Damien.
Mm,
Is but I think his name isn't Damien.
it's I've been
I
Zufrosh or something like that, I think.
right. So it's very weird.
Yeah, comics are weird, Britt.
But yeah, but she basically became a fan favorite, and she was very prominent though.
Mhm.
And honestly, I would say if Grayson and Corey's daughter can become prominent, honestly, the son of Clark and Diana, who was also, Hyperman, and was basically the protector of Hypertime, should have had a far more important role. But again, with that unique ability and unique type storyline, it's like DC has a hard time with anything Clark and Diana.
Because again, they're comfortable with Clark being with Lois and they don't want to piss off the nostalgia in their creatives or in the older fans. So I'm like, well, this as we'll see later, because Britt, you better believe Britt and I have an entire thing for sales, and I got news for you. It's not looking good for tradition. Anyway, so by the way, I don't like that cyborg design. It's too simple.
It just It just
It's
kind of looks
it's
like
too like
a
one
suit.
tone. Yeah, it's just like a suit. And it's just one tone. I'm like, what?
But I think this is Travis Moore
Mm-hmm.
um artwork, and for some reason he can't really. It's very difficult for him to draw like some of the. It's very flat,
Mm-hmm.
but he can draw like. Of course, he does the beefcake type art.
Mm-hmm.
He can do that, but the hero costumes he definitely has a difficult time with.
Yeah. But by the way, so what's kind of funny is actually, I forgot what I was gonna say. Ah, Jesus. But anyway, so it's like the thing about this is it's like, and again, what's kind of interesting about this whole thing is that particularly that last point there, you talk about Corey being seen as too immature or alien, and I go, in many ways she has that in common with Superman because they're both seen as like too alien.
Yeah, but the thing is with Clark, he is accepted because he
He was raised here.
raised and he sees himself as human only and rejects the notion that he's an alien.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
I actually saw some out of supposed retaliation of, Nightwing um written to break Corey's heart. There was a couple of fans um who wanted Corey to end up with Superman, and it was kind of like, well, it was like screw the uncle type thing because of course Nightwing thinks of Superman as an uncle, but also their only reasoning for putting them together is because they're aliens. And I'm like, so isn't that eugenics? Or isn't that,
Yes, it
some type of
is.
shallowness to that? So yeah, the double standards is it's a full circle of a bunch of mess. The
It's bull sugar honey iced tea.
yeah,
That's what that
that's
is.
that when you think about that, I couldn't help but think of like a bull and it's coming out. Yeah.
Why'd you have to put that image in my head, woman?
Okay, you said it. So
You didn't have to say that, though.
well,
Oh my gosh, Britt. No.
well, I did say regurgitated fetus, so
All right. Well, just because you said that, Amazon's attack.
Okay.
I says the Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl said Diana and Donna barely could move, and they are heroes. Yeah, it's interesting on that. But yeah, they showed how much DC looks toward Lois when they made the Golden Age action figure 2-pack of Superman and Lois. They both had full articulation, but only gave limited movement to the Wonder Woman and Wonder Girl set. Yeah, and I didn't know that. That's interesting. But it's like, so then we get to growth with their partners.
So, of course, I had to add the shelter from the storm panel because Diana in the 52, Cal is so used to protecting,
Mm-hmm.
people and keeping secrets and, just living his days kind of in fear and trying to just suppress so much of who he is and just be there, as Superman. Even though at the beginning he was like, there's a life outside of being Superman, but even in his Clark persona or Cal, he's still Superman, trying to protect everyone. And Diana is like, in a nutshell, she is basically like, you can calm down because I don't need protecting, not to that extent. And if she did need it, or if that would become a burden, or a distraction, then they wouldn't be together. and that was really something profound because you don't they move out of the traditional tropes of the civilian and the hero thing of at some point the hero has to save the civilian love interest, or the civilian love interest is going to be used as a plot device, as a weakness for the hero or something like that. um or you have to dumb down even the hero, like Superman has been constantly to elevate the civilian love interest like they do with Lois, you know and with Clark and Diana, you just don't have that. You still have stakes, but they are higher stakes because you're blending two worlds together, creating something unique. So honestly, the threats are going to get bigger, and when you create even a original character, a original villain, trying to play off of Clark and Diana's weaknesses, um, yeah, that's something that writers just they don't see the potential in that. And what we did get a glimpse of that with Power Couple, having Clark versus Apollo, or Diana versus Zod and Theora, and to put that together of Apollo powering these two military Kryptonians, that is something that should have been first adapted in animation. That would have been way better than Death of Superman,
Oh
you
yeah.
know. Um, but yeah, you also have Diana. She's always the one that's been Clark's like sounding board and his moral compass. She in um in New Frontier, she told him to be the leader that the world needs. And in the animated version, they gave her lines to Lois. Um, in Williamson's recent Superman book, when Clark was trying to have a serious conversation about basically immortality and, being a hero, Lois, she really couldn't relate to it. She really couldn't like give him that feedback in that conversation. It was only, oh, that's dark. And it's like, that's not
Mm-hmm.
what, that is not a conversation or something deep that even if she does have the power, she is supposed to understand. And that was the point, apparently, that Williamson said to give Lois powers is for her to understand Superman. And I'm like, well, they've been married for quite a while and she
That's
still
such a
doesn't understand him.
self-own.
It's like, so she doesn't understand him. Okay, noted. So it's
If only there was another woman that understood Clark. She would have to be a very wonderful person, wouldn't she?
right. Um, and also just the fact that either way, and that's why we do like the back and forth of Diana calling him Cal or Clark, because she still acknowledges both sides equally. With her just calling him Clark first, it just doesn't sound right for Diana to just call him Clark. you know um she has to call him Cal, and the reason being is because it did basically defined how close they were, and it also defined and showed just how important Diana was to him. But now, of course, they have um, had it the whole revisionist history of it with, like I said earlier, that it's bad because Krypton is bad, or that Diana is trying to take him away from humanity, or if she calls him by his birth name, that means she doesn't really know him and she's distant. But post crisis and New 52, she was his best friend, and then she was um, the woman that he wanted to marry at some point. And So now with Starfire and Nightwing, it's the same thing basically, that she helps him with balancing um, his transition between Robin and Nightwing. They have this, she inspired him to be freer, because of her free spirit. And she also saw his potential as a leader. That's the same thing. Diana in Kingdom Come or in New Frontier, um, even League of One, with League of One, it was about Diana, but also Clark, she values him more than any of the leaguers because that is her best friend. And for Nightwing and Starfire, it should have been that way too for them. Even if they didn't get married, they should have been best friends than just completely dismantling their relationship.
I know, exactly. So then we get to the oversexualization. So this is what I was talking about. So in the series 52, Starfire, Animal Man, and I think it's Adam Strange are stuck in space and they have to go back to Earth. So Starfire shows up on Animal Man's door and faints, and then someone goes, did Roger order a stripper? And then it gets worse. Animal Man's son says, "Wow, she looks like E.T., but with double D's. I mean, but with double D's."
I hate that. It
Yeah,
really
I'm
has
like,
me.
what the? What's kind of funny? I didn't see the double D's line until I was putting together the PowerPoints for this, and I was like, oh god damn it.
That is horrible.
This is what, when people debate with me that Starfire has been overly sexualized, I'm like, I just point at this. I'm that Will Smith meme.
That is very accurate.
That's me. I'm like,
Yes.
but I'm like, yeah, I'm like, how could you look at this and not think that this is maybe a problem? Oh, wait, the boy says, can we keep her?
That first, who wrote that?
I'm going to pick that. I'm going to see. Okay, so I swear, if this is Greg Rucka, I'm going to be very pissed. Or may have been Jeff Johns. Hang on. Let me see. I have the omnibus here. Yes, because, again, unlike most of the comic book audience on Twitter, I read the books many times, as a matter of fact. It's fun. So let me see here. All right. I'm trying to see if it designates it. Because, okay, who wrote the Starfire parts? Okay, who wrote the Starfire parts of 52? Hang on, it's loading. It's loading. Loading. Okay, so apparently, okay, the writers of the 52 comic book series. Okay, so the writers involved in this were Jeff Johns, Grant Morrison, Greg Rucka, and Mark Waid. I'm just trying to find who wrote that particular issue.
I mean, quite honestly, all four of them
All four of
basically
them
are
is not
problematic.
it's not
So,
good, but still, I'm
yes.
like, I'm just trying to
So,
figure out if they give like credits. Actually, you know what? Here's how I can check. All right, so I'm gonna unshare the PowerPoint slides real quick because guess who's got DC Universe Online or Infinite? Me. So let me unshare this real quick so I can check that because this has to be found. This must be found. All right. But anyway, so Britt, continue on.
okay. So, overall, it's basically about, you know, Diana and Corey. They are powerful women and learning how to love and live in, imperfect worlds. Man's world, it's very flawed,
It's all
but
four of them.
so, all four of them.
Yeah, all four of them wrote that really stupid issue part.
You see, this is why I said that I side eye Rucka, because if Rucka was a feminist, if he was, um, respect respectful to female
He
characters.
would have vetoed that.
Exactly. And I mean, he is the same writer who wrote Blackest Night, the Wonder Woman tie-in. So, I mean, he has a lot of strikes against him. But again, a lot of fans want to gloss over all of that
In
to
their defense, Britt, it's him or Tom King.
no, they can hire someone else, and I advocate for Sewell. You know,
Well, of course, I advocate for him or Kelly Thompson. One of those two is
or
fine.
yeah, yeah, they have options. They just need to find someone who has a clean slate, in a sense.
Hmm. Yeah.
But
Hmm.
um, but with Diana and Corey, they are both warriors. In a sense, Diana, I would say, in representation of the Amazons, they, within that being survivors and nurturers, but not the whole den mother type thing or the coddlers. It's more of just protecting everyone and being in a way, I wouldn't say a mother, more like a big sister or an aunt. Um, and with their relationships with Superman and Nightwing, it's not anything shallow. It's not lust driven or just this fling. It's not based on eugenics or whatever like that, or whatever type of projections that detractors want to put on the relationships. It is, when you write it correctly, it's for Nightwing and Corey, it's a coming of age story. For Clark and Diana, it is an acceptance story of these two in betweeners. And that's basically representations of immigrants, and that is a powerful story um, to be told. Um, with the fans and the editorial, they're always going to have their biases, and unfortunately, they just never learn from it. But we could hope that with sales being in such a crapshoot, that
Oh yeah.
maybe they will have some type of consciousness at some point.
At some point. So let's discuss the crossover story.
Okay, so the crossover story is titled Warriors of the Heart, and this is basically a crossover with Diana and Corey. And it's so the story starts basically with days after a brutal attack against Trigon. It's inspired by the Justice League versus Teen Titans, but this is sort of like the aftermath, switched up a little bit, where they are against each other
Hmm.
because a lot of lives were lost, and they each side feel like something could have been done better, and they are blindly like blaming each other for it, and felt like their strategies wasn't enough. So with that, you have Batman and Nightwing arguing. Um, you have Raven. She's triggered by
Hmm.
her father, but I don't have Damien because that relationship again, you are de-aging another female character for a another male character, and I just no.
Hmm.
So it's just, if you want to have her with Beast Boy, or just alone, and she's just, trying to deal with her trauma of her father. Um, you also have Green Arrow, Green Lantern, and Cyborg arguing over like uh, the methods that should have been done better, especially with Cyborg with his whole tech thing, and then Green Lantern, he of course the space cop type thing, and feel like he could have done better.
I just
I
want
don't
to
know
say, I
what.
love how since that Green Lantern episode, he has been involved in literally every single crossover story we have done.
Of course, of course. And then his his back and forth with Green Arrow. They are frenemies at some time, at some point, so they are going to argue anyway, and it's kind of like a comedic thing with them. And then Superman and Nightwing, they, as I said earlier, they have this nephew uncle type relationship. So they are basically caught in the middle of trying to um, have a basically they are all argumentative but still trying to be a little bit level headed. But the ones who, of course, get everyone to be quiet and listen is Corey and Diana. Um, Donna is in this and she tries to help too, but as as I said, I want this to be more of a Diana and Corey bonding.
Hmm.
So at after the whole thing with that, Blackfire attacks, and she is, of course, looking for Corey, and Corey and Diana lead the Justice League and the Teen Titans to fight against Blackfire and her army. Diana and Corey end up in a wormhole type thing that and captured to be prisoners and taken to a planet called Sahar, and it is basically kind of like War World. You know, they are imprisoned and it's a fight to the death. You know, they have to basically everything that they know, especially Diana, she knows how to. She was trained for this. She knows what to do, how to fight. Corey knows how to fight, but in a sense, with this like emotional adrenaline she has, especially with the fact that this is her sister, putting her in this same situation again of enslavement, she's emotionally unstable in a sense. So Diana has to be there for her and for them to, slowly gain this bond even more so to protect each other. Um, After that, you have Nightwing and Superman. They basically like bond again. And there's a moment where, yes, in this story, Nightwing is actually going to marry Starfire, because what is it? It's always going to be um, Jared and I rewriting DC's terrible stories.
That's almost like that's what the Shelterverse is.
Yeah, it's always going to be that. So Nightwing is basically distressed because he feels like, I can never pick the right moment to propose. And so, of course, going to Bruce is a no because Bruce, he,
It didn't work out for him when he proposed to Selena.
right. And I really didn't see any type of story where Bruce and Corey did have some type of mutual respect. So yeah, he no. But with Cal, and our Cal actually is confident with his alienness. So of course he is very supportive and everything, and he wouldn't call um he wouldn't have self hate to call Corey the alien or anything like that.
Hmm.
So he's basically being that uncle, and Clark gives him the advice, with saying, just say what's on your heart, and and it will make a whole difference, and it's something that is so powerful. And how, yeah, his relationship with Diana is very complicated, but they make it work. Um, and after that, they find a way. Clark and Grayson, they find a way to get to the planet that Diana and Corey is on. At that moment, Corey and Diana have fought many of battles. I didn't know how to have whether it was to be how much time has passed, a couple of days, a week or so, but we can just go however.
Yeah.
And Corey is still in disbelief that her sister is still, after so many years, or she's she's still like she wants to punish her. And Diana is basically like, don't give up. You're a fighter, and you are my sister Donna's best friend, and you are also her sister in that soulful spiritual sense. So in that with that makes you my sister. So they have this bond, and of course I pictured basically them having this moment to hug it out, and this is when they um go for the big battle, and it's time for them to help free the other prisoners. Um, so by this time, Clark and Grayson are on the planet. They're trying to stay low, but figure out a way to help Diana and Corey. When they are able to meet with them, they have this, of course, very overdramatic romantic reunion with each other, and everything, and they have the plan to not only defeat the ringleader, but also Blackfire, and free the other prisoners. And so they have this big all out battle. Of course, they all win. With the help of Diana, and especially building her confidence, Corey is able to um, confront and defeat Blackfire, once and for all. It's kind of like I'm she's done with being like the scared little sister, and in a way, just like, even if it is traumatizing to her, and she's disappointed that she's lost her blood sister, it's kind of like when people say like blood is thicker than water, that's not true, because family can turn on you. So at that moment, Corey realized that, and realized her true family is with the Titans, and now she has Diana basically to back her up, and a big sister that is obviously better than Blackfire. Um, so they go back to Earth, and Nightwing proposes,
Oh, okay.
and he and of course Corey says yes. And Diana and Cal are looking, and they're very proud. Um, Cal, he asks, because Diana, of course, is gifted by Aphrodite, he just asks her, do you think they'll make it? And that's in a way of the kind of shady thing of DC. Will you let them actually be, make it even to the I do's or whatever? And Diana's like, if you have love, then yeah, if you trust in your love and everything like that, then yeah, you'll make it through anything. So it's a very sappy ending, but the point of the story is finding is uh you're finding someone who really cares for you, in family, a new family. And obviously we always have to have a moment of sisterhood with our crossovers for the female characters.
Oh yeah, of course. That was great. And by the way, Britt, you might want to check your Twitter DMs.
I have cat gifs. Yay!
Yeah, I sent you two.
Yay! I finally have cat gifs. So I'm about like
Oh,
five
trust me,
thousand.
I have some ideas on my phone. So when you hear these
I
ideas,
know.
I'll be making that up.
I have like 5,000 more to get to, but to get to
Slow but steady.
is yeah, I say that's an accomplishment.
Hmm. Yeah. So great story, Britt.
Thank
So
you.
then we get to all right. So this is what we were talking about with James Gunn's Superman. Apparently, the Truth Justice American way has been replaced with Truth Justice and the Human way.
Okay.
What?
So this was actually on like a bobblehead box or whatever, but it's still the fact that this is obviously a legitimate tagline for something. And I was going through, of course, Twitter and saw, some of the detractors of Super Wonder actually saying that this was a form of fascism, which is funny because they call Super Wonder fans fascists, and also how it is very xenophobic. And I'm like, wow.
It's almost like two very skilled YouTubers have been talking about this for about almost 100 episodes.
Exactly. It's kind of like, wow, what a way to be vindicated. Is that it's shown right here. And as I said, we don't know if the context of the part of the movie that a- addresses Krypton in a way. But yeah, if you have this tagline already here in on a box, I dread how Krypton is going to be handled in the movie.
Well, we
It,
all
it
know Krypton is going to be the evil people.
Right. And you have this human superiority, which I can't stand because humans are not perfect. Humans are flawed, but they're the ones that start wars. Think of reality of how the world is right now. You have the crooked government, you have people, even online, being so angry and bullies, unprovoked, of people you have never seen before. But you feel like you could just be so cruel. How can um Superman reject his birthright basically, but he glorifies a world and a race that is no better, you know.
Hmm.
I
Exactly.
and also um another response that I saw is that human, and I've said this a multitude of times, that human means American.
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
so you so you are essentially saying still the American way, but you are in a sense um it it's a very racial way this is going about, and very offensive, that this just shouldn't be Superman. Like, I just don't know what Gunn was thinking when you have the story that is supposed to be Clark trying to, do a balancing act on his identity. But yet it feels like he's being as post crisis and choosing one over the other than actually finding that right balance.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just the human way. I'm like, somehow you took the debate because according to Gunn, this movie's going to deal with modern politics, and I go, oh no.
So, in order for Superman to get along with, instead of standing out as, basically New 52 or Golden Age had him, he's basically going to end up like post crisis, and just going with the flow of the US government, or or even if he doesn't agree with it, he's still not truly fighting hard enough to change it. And with this world being established, you don't have a Justice League. You don't have, obviously, Wonder Woman. So I dread how Diana is going to be written, if we even get her, because Diana is supposed to be the one to help.
She'll have like an American flag cape and she'll go, I love this country.
Oh, if that's the case, we're definitely getting like a Linda Carter-esque. Diana won't be old as dirt, but she's definitely going to have that Linda Carter-esque, like, um, doe-eye, um, as you said, American flag cape though.
Yeah, they are. And I go, that's a bit much. Oh, yeah. Oh, Cameron, are you talking about his diaper? Because that's what that looks like. I'm sorry, the trunks are too big.
No, the thing is,
And they're a
when
separate piece. That's the problem.
it's so funny to see how gun fans and DCU fans are like, they're so trying to hype this up. And
And they're
it's,
even trying to say, don't worry, he gets a new suit at the end. I go, no, he doesn't.
yeah, that, no. Um, it looks very plasticky. And yeah, the trunks, the
As Britt and I
trunk
talked about
strap
last week,
pants,
it looks like an adult film parody.
it does. I mean, if you want this to be like a new 52 suit, I'm sorry, but it should have been metallic or something, but the lines and the you can actually see the padding, it looks
Yeah,
fake.
I thought Corn Sweat got all jacked to play Superman. I'm not seeing that. Anyway, so then here's the funny part. All right. So DC Pride came out. Oh my God. So Diana is included in a couple of pages of this. Before you say anything, I was right. They're still not saying she's bi. What they did was way worse. They had her go through cancel culture.
Yes. So this story is kind of like a indirect or direct follow-up. It's written by a different person, but it's a follow-up of a 2021 Valentine story with Diana and Steve. And the thing is, of course, that was written very boring and terrible with terrible art. But um, with this, the Blue Snowman, basically, you would think that, I guess it's that it is a man, but no, you would think that it is a man, but it's actually a woman, and they are pretty much just gender fluid.
Mm-hmm.
But Diana basically wraps the lasso around them, and their identity is revealed. And of course, it is mocked and things like that. And apparently, Diana goes on a TV show and she says she didn't know, and she's not very she's not written as sympathetic here, you know. Of course, the whole story is, you can take this out of context as it is what it is, but at the when you get to the end of the story, it's actually an illusion and what the Blue Snowman basically wants to happen. But it's still in the context though that Diana just shouldn't be used in that type of joke. And honestly, it gives that slap in the face type moment to Wonder Woman fans who feel that Diana represents them as an LGBTQ ally or as part of the LGBTQ community herself, regardless whether you agree or
Also,
not.
this issue is super cringe. Like when Blue Snowman says says they use robbery to educate people, and he goes, "Gender is fluid, but you'll be frozen solid unless you hand over the cash." And I go, "Who
Yeah,
wrote this and thought this was actually representing that community positively?" And here's the thing: all of these are jokes. Whenever they come out, all of them ultimately come down to jokes. And I go,
right,
if this is what you're going to do to represent this community, why even publish these books to begin with?
right. And not only that, but you have this directly tied to a story where it shows Diana being with a man. So you're trying to say that basically Diana is straight and she is not an
Which she
ally
is.
to, yeah, but it's still that she's not an ally.
Yeah.
Even if she is straight, she's not an ally to the community.
Which she would definitely be an ally.
Right. And it just, it feels, as I continue to say, when it comes to Diana, since Rebirth, everything has felt very mean spirited,
Mhm.
and it just like it's like these writers are trying to ruin her image as a character as punishment that she's she was written to overshadow, Lois or something like that. Um, or that she intimidates these writers. And honestly, Justice League War, as DCAMU has its problems, of course, in the second half, can't stand it. Um,
Yeah, it's peak up until you get to Death of Superman.
yeah, like all the whole like film film tape or whatever can be thrown in a acid lake. Um, and but that first movie where Diana is being, surrounded by a mob that's saying, you know, um,
She
wants
dresses
her to
like a
leave.
whore.
Yeah, or bimbo, he says.
Hmm.
And then Diana, she kind of she does put the lasso around him and she tells him to tell his truth. And he says that he does, dress up as Wonder Woman because it makes him feel powerful. And Diana is like, "Yeah, I already knew that." And she says, "Embrace your truth, my friend. It makes me feel powerful too." And the way it was with that, it wasn't a moment of mockery. It was Diana being confident and knowing that this hate, it has to be rooted in something else. And it's because you aren't free from your own self. So you're in denial. So what Diana does is that she helps free this angry man, and that moment is just far better than this. So if anyone wants to talk about New 52 or the way Diana's relationship with Clark, honestly, like I said, everything, it has its flaws, but it's nothing to come close to what Diana deals with when she's out the relationship with Clark. Like, Diana's rebirth reputation has been a catastrophe.
Yeah, exactly. So, speaking of a catastrophe, then we get the Chucky baby. You keep giving me these great transitions, Britt.
I know, I know. So
But oh
the
my god, I'm gonna give you guys a little spoiler because of the nature of like depending on how this ends, which it probably will end the way I think it is. King will be off the Wonder Woman book before this ends. I'm gonna make that prediction. I'm gonna manifest that, and none of these versions of Trinity will ever exist ever again.
I mean, I would hope so. Um that this I mean, it just ticks you off
Mm-hmm.
already before, and especially the part where, you know, um Diana is nowhere in the preview.
Well, remember, she's dead at this point.
Is she? Because you know what?
This is taking
When
place in that future.
Okay, so what confuses me, and this is what I think I was trying to say last night on your stream. Okay, so in the backups, John at some point he says that when Diana finds out that the toddler Chucky baby is swearing or whatever, or that she wants to go to the moon, that how will Diana react to that? So obviously at that point she was not dead. The thing is, the
Remember, Britt, this is the guy that changed her origin 3 times.
yeah, that's true. Okay, so then that goes with the statue though. And it's
Mm.
like, if she is dead, that means that probably Trinity made this statue of Diana and Steve.
It's still also, I feel like this is an appropriate time to play this. I feel like that was an appropriate time to play this. One more.
Hereby complete the mission of the Amazons by ridding this world of you forever.
That is.
I had to make one of Diana. Even Diana hates her daughter.
Well, if Tom King is trying to make her out into a deadbeat, then yeah. Okay, so her name being Elizabeth Marston Prince is so cringe because first of all, Diana would never name her child Elizabeth. It's Lizzie, whatever.
And
never.
It's after Steve's so it's everything revolves around Steve Trevor.
Yes. And as I said, this is Tom King's way of challenging Perez. So Diana being named after Steve's mother, Diana Trevor, he ones up and tries to have Trinity named after his grandmother, which we know nothing about. The Marston middle name does not make sense in story. Like, if you wanted her to have that name, it should have been something built up to in story before you just randomly gave it to her. And then Prince, Diana doesn't use Prince here. She had it in New 52, of course. Occasionally in pre-crisis, not really in post-crisis. But the Prince identity just it hasn't been her. So to give her this whole name, it just does not make sense. And of course, it's no of the mascara or anything like that. It's just the trying to give her an American name. And given that King says this is about fathers and daughters, I feel that it very well might be like offensive commentary on single mothers, whether the father left or he died. It's still kind of like the mother is a deadbeat and she can't take care of her child, that the child still feels alone, that the mother isn't doing enough, or, things like that. And honestly, that is so, as I said, tone deaf and offensive, because if anything, single mothers are the strongest soldiers, the strongest warriors. And we see that as with the Amazons. Hippolyta, she crafted a child of her own will, of her own love, her desire to be a mother. And you take that away, that specialness, because you want to involve a man that we, as a Wonder Woman fandom, don't care for. And then dismantling the Amazons for the Sovereign story, but you want Diana to have a rebirth Superman-esque, family with Trinity and Steve. Again, very offensive. And that you were trying to do this traditional, patriarchal type thing with Diana. And again, we saw in someone commented saying that that's another form of fascism. It was like, ding ding, all of these actual examples in story is for other ships to be justified. But yet somehow they try to project this on SuperWonder that has never shown any of this.
Yeah, exactly. Now, a last thing we're going to talk about. And this is the big one. So we're going to talk about sales. So you know what your boy did, chat and Britt? You know what your boy did? I made an ICV2 Pro account so I could get the top 200 sales because no one was posting it. So I'm like, I need this for the show.
Right. And I don't think he still posted it. So he might have given up or something.
Well, I'm definitely keeping the account. So we found out that Wonder Woman 21 dropped to 71. So it went from 48 to 71. Now, it's not as bad as 19. However, the drop is big because here's the thing. my theory is that Wonder Woman 20 got to like in the top 50 because Batman's inclusion, which we all know that was the purpose of it. And when fans saw how little of a role Batman plays in it, or like how Batman is worshipped in a Wonder Woman book, I like to believe that they were like, no, and then left. Now, here's the thing. I've long said, so if it stays like if it keeps dropping like this much, like let's say if the next one comes in at rank 90 and then the next one is like in the hundreds, I do think eventually DC will move him off, and I feel like that we're in the position, if this keeps up, we will get to the point where it's in the 30 to 50 issue number where they're like, go away. Then immediately I'm going to tag him in a tweet saying, oh, you mean you're not getting 100 issues on Wonder Woman? Oh, shucks. Awesome. Man, and Action Comics being so low.
Honestly, for me, I still think that it was because of Marvel's, how they had a high, March sales
Mm-hmm.
and with their number ones, and then the drastic, of course, drop of the issue twos for April. And that is how Wonder Woman was able to move up. But then the next, it went to 48 to 71. That is a drastic drop. That really is. And all the other books have shifted downward. Yeah, some I know that the way the sales work is that the last week the books they fall because they don't have the numbers completed for them like they have for the earlier books. However, sometimes that doesn't really um, work because a lot of the books um, that go on sale the last week still remain high. I just think that it's either a really rough month for them that they didn't get orders or that it was something complicated or that yeah it does have that drop but then it'll come bounce right back up. I mean Superman did the same. Absolute Superman did the same thing. It was almost out of the top 20 and bounced back to number 2 or number 3 for the month of May. So yeah, the absolute titles are holding steady
We're
from
still winning. And the only reason why Wonder Woman is in the 21st spot is because it launched literally the last week of the month.
right. So it all depends on how they do the orders and stuff like that. But
And by the way, Britt, I just did a little bit of math. If
mhm,
you look at the drop, this is actually a more drastic drop for Wonder Woman than it was previously, because in the first one, all right, so what I did, all right, so the so Wonder Woman, so 19, so Wonder Woman went from like, I think it was like 45 to 82. Hang on, 45 minus 82. Hang on, 45 minus 82. All right, so that's like 37 places. All right, so let's go off that 37. Now this one is 50 places. So this is worse of a drop.
yeah, this book, I think the more, you know, people talk about it in that negative light, show how problematic it is. You do have your Tom King fans and that they have admitted too that they don't know Diana and stuff, so they are going to blindly worship King and think that he's doing something profound. But I think that they are very much just doing things out of spite, especially when some of them say Wonder Woman fan. So it's kind of like, okay, so you're not a Wonder Woman fan, and obviously, yeah, you're doing this out of spite. Um, but the more, like I said, people criticize it, and really emphasize on how problematic it is, as well as just, and as the strategy, as we've talked about earlier, of ignoring it, you know, and letting it basically go under the radar as far as it possibly can, and then we talk about it later on to again emphasize how negative of an impact it has on Diana.
Yeah.
That is the better strategy
Yeah.
for
Which is
this.
why I decided we're not going to do a trending day. Because I don't want, because yeah, because Trinity comes out this coming Wednesday, and what I want is I don't want to give this book any attention or anything like that. It's not worth it.
Right.
Because what's probably going to happen, I don't anticipate that book selling well. So it could be it's not even on the charts. But beyond that, I don't want to give, because DC can look at it like, well, any attention is good attention. So we're like, let's just not worry about it. Obviously, if you guys don't want to talk about it and use the hashtags, go on ahead. I would love for them to do that. But in that sense, I'm just like, in that sense, it's like, let's not do like a mass event to like promote it. Because inevitably, because that's the unfortunate effect of what would happen.
Right. I mean, I obviously it is working where the trending days are working and talking
Mhm.
about it, because it's going down. It's not
Because
staying
more
up.
people are able to like see, because when people like look up Wonder Woman, our hashtag comes up and then they see all the BS in that issue and they're like, now.
Right. So if anything, you don't tweet anything about Trinity's book yet. However, I do have a thread I'm still working on to, of course, uh, address some of Tom King's very problematic behavior. Um, so that will go up probably on Wednesday or Thursday, to and still using the hashtag. So it's just things like that that we could do, um, but it's still ignoring Trinity's book. And also, yeah, if Wonder Woman is going down, if the Wonder Woman's if the Trinity specials didn't sell, um, and I mean, look at even Batman and Robin or Robin's book. Look at John's book. You know, that didn't really sell. So Trinity being a 6 issue mini, that's definitely not gonna sell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do not think that see that's the thing. I do not think that Trinity is gonna do. Honestly, I don't think it's even good. I'm gonna make a prediction. I don't think it gets in the top 50. I do not think
Oh,
so.
definitely not. I mean, they have the variant covers. That's the only thing that kind of gets it for the first issues, are variant covers, which honestly don't even if it does go in the top 50, it doesn't matter, because again, DC, they cheat with tons of variant covers, but it's always how far the second issue falls that really matters.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll go off of that as well. But it's like I'm not anticipate. Let me put it this way: if so yeah, if that issue sells moderately well, don't freak out. There's still, for lack of a better way of saying it, there's still time. There's still time. It could still fall apart. It could still fall apart.
But also, again, it's because of the variant covers. It's not
Mm-hmm.
because it's of, like how DC is trying to promote, saying it's a popular demand. Okay, if you, the thing is, look at the Convergence spinoff for Lois and Clark. DC said that they were of, um, it was the highly anticipated book. But that
Really?
book, yeah, but that book debuted less than 30K.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, DC can do all the promotion and everything like that, but and you can have this traction or whatever. You can have people online saying, "Oh yeah, we love this character," or "We love this pairing," and stuff like that. But actual sales says otherwise. And like I said, whether it's Batman and Robin, Robin, um, Son of Kal-El, or um, the Convergent spinoff, those books were supposedly just like the highly anticipated, the popular demand. Even Batgirls, that was a popular, supposedly a popular demand, and the debut was very lukewarm.
Mm-hmm.
Not even that. So yeah, it does not matter. This book will fall, but like I said, I won't be surprised if this book doesn't debut top 50. If it does, it's definitely because of the variant covers. It's not because of Trinity actually having a popular demand.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I also don't think it'll be in the top 10 of the week that ICV2 also puts out.
Oh, definitely not. I mean, again, if it is, we have to see what books will be released, because even with that, if the books released of that week are kind of weak,
Mm-hmm.
basically, then yeah, it's easily to say it's top 10. But that really doesn't mean anything if it's not any strong sellers. I know Absolute Batman is coming out this week, so that's of course number one. But yeah, we will have to see what other books are coming out. I think Supergirl 2 as well, so that's another spot. Um, I don't think there's any other big DC books. If it is, then yeah, we'll definitely I'll look at the list of what's going to be released for Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll check that out. But anyway, so that's what we got. So that was a pretty packed show. Oh, geez. So Britt, and by the way, we made it. Oh, three minutes will be 4 hours again. So
So,
take 3 minutes to explain all the stories you have coming up.
oh my gosh, okay. So I have thousands. So I do have Odyssey chapter 2, and yes, Jared, I think this will give me my 5,000 points, because what I have, don't laugh,
We'll
because
see.
what I have
It,
for,
if you actually upload it, that is.
you know what? No, no shade, no shade. But it's worth it. And what I have in chapter 2, yeah, I will get like 1,000 catches for sure. I will. I know I will. I'm very confident in that. Of course, chapter 4 of um Shelter Story 1, that is underway. And of course, it is musically inspired. I've changed a little bit of it to have a little bit of something in it that follows going to chapter 5. Then we have one shots that connect to the Shelterverse, but also of my own that's musically inspired. And you already know the music that it's inspired by, Jared.
Could it be inspired by Beyonce?
Of course, but you are a part of the hive with me, so don't play. Um,
Unwillingly.
you are willing now.
I love how you're like, no, you will be willingly.
Yes, you will. Um, and I will upload. I actually did complete two stories, so I will upload those actually tomorrow. It is the story that I had where Diana essentially has the flu. So her caretakers are Hippolyta and Cal. And having, of course, your mother and the man that you love trying to take care of you, it does have some shenanigans, especially with Hippolyta trying to play matchmaker, and along with the Amazons, and trying to just make sure that Cal is, you know, worthy of their princess. Um, and more tonight one shots. So yeah, I have a lot to get to. Hopefully, I will upload them by the end of the year.
Yeah, here we go.
But yeah, I know that Jared will keep shading me until I upload them. So I will try to as fast as I can. And also, I do have Twitter threads that I am finishing. It's one talking about the problematic, things of Tom King and why fans are so critical of him. A lot of people question why fans are, it's not even hateful towards him. It's just, you know, it's it's mostly just, I would say, a disappointment. And, yeah, it is being vastly critical of his writing and the way he treats these characters. So I'm trying to give a little bit of light of that. And it's kind of like, no, fans have a justification of why they feel the way that they do. And
Exactly.
also I have a might do a Wonder Woman um opinions. I don't know because I don't want to have that uh whirlwind on
Live your truth, Britt. Live your truth.
that hell pit though is might have to block and get into a Twitter war. I don't know. But yeah, it's going to be a lot that's uploaded eventually.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So stay heroic, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, Lois Lane is Lois Lame. She belongs to General Zod or Satan. Steve Trevor is Steve Never. He belongs 12,000 feet in the ground, like into the Earth's core, that deep. Zois and Maxabat for life. We shall see you later. Bye-bye.